We'll call the Rules Committee to order. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here. Without our nation's military, the United States could not defend itself, let alone serve as the greatest force for freedom around the world. Congress has a constitutional duty to provide for the common defense and to support its service members' mission. That is why we are here today. The Service Member Quality of Life Improvement and National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2025 is a significant step in honoring that obligation. The bill before us today provides the Department of Defense with a clear direction on how to ensure our warfighters can meet any threat at any moment of intense global instability. It is absolutely critical that we move this authorizing measure forward. H.R. 870 is the product of extensive bipartisan collaboration. The House Armed Services Committee produced this important measure through an open and transparent process, incorporating hundreds of member proposals. It also received an overwhelming 57-1 vote when it came time to report the bill out of committee. We are certainly grateful for all the hard work that's already been put into this. Regular order is rarely easy and often slower than some would prefer, but it ensures that all voices can be heard and that the best ideas can be incorporated. The Armed Services Committee's efforts produced a truly exceptional product that restores American deterrence and improves the quality of life for men and women in uniform. The fiscal year 2025 NDAA counters China by bolstering Indo-Pacific defense and reforming the DoD's acquisition process, supports Israel by fully funding cooperative missile defense programs and expanding funding for R&D and anti-tunneling efforts. We certainly want to thank the bipartisan work to eliminate inefficiencies in our defense budget and thank the committee for finding $30 billion in taxpayer savings through cuts to redundant programs, obsolete weapons, and Pentagon bureaucracy. The NDAA rightly refocuses our military on lethality and national security. It requires promotions be based on merit. It ends affirmative action at service academies and abolishes the DEI bureaucracy at Department of Defense schools. H.R. 870 also foils the efforts to establish a military Green New Deal. Additionally, the bill fully funds the deployment of the National Guard units currently responding to the border crisis. House Republicans made a commitment to advance bills that do what their titles claim. This year's NDAA is no different. It truly improves service member quality of life. The authorizing bill gives junior enlisted members of the military a much-needed pay raise, 19.5% in these challenging economic times. It improves military housing, expands access to medical care, and increases child care options, and makes it easier for military spouses to work and thrive wherever their service takes them. Our heroes and their families deserve nothing less. The policies in this bipartisan bill support ready, capable, and lethal warfighters. The world grows more dangerous day by day. That's exactly where we need to ensure deterrence. I encourage members to continue with the bipartisan and collaborative tone set by the House Armed Services Committee as we advance a measure towards floor consideration. I do not take lightly our obligation to fulfill our constitutional responsibilities and advance the NDAA for the 64th straight year. Additionally, the Rules Committee will consider two reports accompanying the resolutions which recommend the House find Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress. His continued refusal to comply with subpoenas hinders our ability to provide the oversight expected by the founders and demanded by our constituents. House Republicans promised to deliver a government that's accountable, and these resolutions are central to continue our effort to honor that pillar of the commitment to America. The committees appearing before us today have articulated the impeachment and legislative purposes of their subpoenas related to Special Counsel Hur's interview of President Biden. They are acting well within the scope of Article 1 responsibilities, yet the Attorney General has refused to comply. He has left us with no choice but to pursue the contempt charges to preserve the spirit of congressional oversight and to safeguard our delicate system of checks and balances. I do doubt that my friend, the ranking member, will agree on this course of action, but I'm reminded of his words when Tom Cole departed the committee. He said, "We don't have to agree on everything to agree on something." I hope he will at least join me and agree that the House Armed Service Committee deserves to be commended for their adherence to bipartisanship and to regular order. With that, I look forward to the compelling testimony from our witnesses and the opportunity to advance the critical measures which fulfill our constitutional responsibilities. And I would now like to yield to the ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any remarks he wishes to make.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I begin, I want to congratulate Jennifer Belair, the new staff director on the other side of the dais. I'd also like to congratulate Steve Waskowitz, the new deputy staff director. Jen and Steve have both spent a number of years with the committee. They are both familiar faces to all of us who work up here, and I look forward to continuing to work well with them in their new roles and keeping the traditions of this committee alive. I feel bad for them that they have to listen to me on a regular basis, but this is the life they chose. But they're both professionals, and they both care about this institution, and we look forward to a good and productive relationship. So today we'll begin by considering the National Defense Authorization Act for FY 2025. I appreciate the work of the chair and ranking member and their staffs who have spent countless hours getting this bill together. And yeah, we don't have to agree on everything to agree on something, and the something we agree on is these are good individuals, and we commend their staff for the incredible work that they have done and the bipartisan fashion in which they have conducted themselves up to this point. There are a lot of good ideas included in here, a pay raise for our troops, and more resources to improve the quality of life for service members and their families. Personally, and I say this every year, so it may sound familiar to you, I believe that military spending in this country is excessive. And I think it has been for a long time. I don't blame it on any one party or person. I believe we should support our troops and the mission to protect this country. But I don't think that automatically means spending nearly $1 trillion a year on the Pentagon. And I mean, the Pentagon can't even pass an audit. And I think we need to have a new definition of national security in this country, one that is expanded to include the quality of life for all of our people. We live in a country where there are 44 million Americans who don't know where the next meal is going to come from, who are hungry. I mean, I don't know how we can tolerate that. We have to invest more in those who are unhoused. We need to find ways to improve our health care system and build new schools and parks and make life better for everybody. So that's just my general view on the topic, but I don't want to take away from the good work that has been done and the integrity of both the gentlemen who are before us. And while our side has a diversity of views about this, I can tell you that we all strongly believe that any NDAA that comes to the floor should not be jam-packed with partisan poison pills. And I want to thank the Ranking Member Smith for his effort in ensuring that this bill reflects a fair balance of Democratic and Republican priorities. Last year, House Republicans loaded up the NDAA like it was a MAGA wish list, language to restrict abortion access, attacks on LGBTQ plus rights, and and end what Republicans think is woke in our military, a term that they use basically to classify anything that they don't like. The NDAA should represent a good faith attempt to keep America safe. If what happened last year happens again during this bill's amendment process, then Republicans will be looking at a very steep uphill battle to get this bill across the finish line. Let me also just say, speaking of last year, this committee recessed for hours and hours while the majority tried to get their act together until we finally reported a rule nearly at midnight. But then we had to meet again to report a second rule the next day anyway, and didn't report that one out until almost 2 a.m. So I think I speak for all the members and staff and institutional staff here when I say, please, please, let's not do that this week. Let's recess and reconvene tomorrow if that's what it's going to take to get this rule together. but I hope we can avoid meeting in the early hours of the morning. We also have two contempt resolutions before us today, both regarding the U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland. These resolutions are not about Merrick Garland. They are about politics. They are about trying to go after Joe Biden, which is all the majority has done from day one. There is no, let me emphasize that word, no legitimate purpose for obtaining the audio recordings that these Republican chairs have asked for, zero. Transcripts of exactly what is on these recordings have already been released. I mean, they have been released. So let's just be honest. This is simple. The reason Republicans are doing this is obvious to anyone with half a brain. This is a distraction from the fact that their nominee for president is a convicted felon. There's an old saying, if you don't like the facts, argue the law. If you don't like the law, argue the facts. And if you don't like either, bang your hands on the table and yell. And that's what Republicans are doing here. They have all admitted that their investigation into President Biden is over. They have admitted they've found nothing. They've admitted it's a political stunt. That's why they all but ended their impeachment sham. So what are these resolutions about? It's about banging their hands on the table. It's about covering up their embarrassment. That's why they're denying, deflecting, distracting, and delaying. They've found nothing, and instead of eating crow, they want to muddy the waters, pretend like something nefarious exists, and make President Biden look bad. This committee and this House are like a broken record. The other side continues to have no agenda, no ideas, just more of the same old partisanship and extremism. I know we have a long day ahead of us, so with that, I will thank our witnesses for being here, and I yield back my time.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman yields back without objection. Any prepared statements that our witnesses have may be included in the record. I want to welcome the first panel, Chairman Mike Rogers and Ranking Member Adam Smith from the Committee on Armed Services. Chairman Rogers, we welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Burgess and Ranking Member McGovern and members of the committee. I want to thank your staff for what a great job they did in helping us move H.R. 8070 to the floor. I want to thank my friend, the Ranking Member Adam Smith, for being such a tremendously helpful partner in running this committee. For the first time in decades, this year's bill carries a new title. It is the Service Member Quality of Life Improvement and National Defense Authorization Act. We did that to underscore the tremendous gains this bill makes toward improving the quality of life for our service members and their families. No service member should have to live in squalid conditions. No military family should have to rely on food stamps to feed their children. And no one serving this country should have to wait weeks to see a doctor or mental health specialist. But that's exactly what many of our service members are experiencing, especially our junior enlisted personnel. This bill goes a long way toward fixing those things. It includes a 20% pay raise for junior enlisted personnel. It expands allowances for housing and food and improves the cost of living for children. Our calculation, the bill authorizes $766 million over the budget request to improve existing barracks for single service members. It enables the services to pursue public-private partnerships to provide better unaccompanied housing, which is a really, I think, good development. The bill reduces dangerous healthcare wait times by waiving referral requirements for specialty care and expanding the number of DoD doctors and nurses with special recruitment and pay authorities. The bill improves access to child care for military families by providing over $206 million to build new DoD child care centers and fully funding child care fee assistance programs to offset the cost of private child care. It also fills DoD child care staff's vacancies by making pay and benefits competitive with the private sector. The bill helps military spouses gain and retain employment by making it easier for them to transfer professional licenses between states. It also gives DoD the authority to quickly hire military spouses and keep them employed during changes in duty stations. These improvements are the result of recommendations we received from a special panel Ranking Member Smith and I set up last year to closely examine service member quality of life issues. And I want to thank Don Bacon and Chrissy Houlihan and all the members of their panel for their hard work over the last year to pull this together. We're making these historic improvements in the quality of life for our service members because now more than ever we need to recruit and retain the best and brightest. That's because the threats our nation faces, especially from China, are more complex, challenging than at any point in the last 40 years. To deter these threats, this FY25 NDAA reforms acquisition authorities and fosters private sector innovation to speed the fielding of game-changing new technologies that will give us the advantage in a conflict with China, strengthens our security partnerships with Taiwan and Pacific allies, and fully funds the modernization of our nuclear deterrent. It protects the U.S. military bases, the defense supply chain, and academic research from Chinese espionage. It builds the logistics network in the Pacific the military needs to carry out operations against China, and it includes new investments to retool and revitalize the industrial base to ensure it can deliver systems we need to prevail in any conflict. In the face of a growing threat from China, it's also critical we restore our military's focus on lethality. The FY25 NDA does that by ending divisive policies that have hurt recruiting, unit cohesion, and military readiness. We all know that deterring these threats will be an expensive endeavor, but we acknowledge there are limits on what we can spend. That's why this NDA focused on rooting out waste at DOD. If weapon systems are not responsive to the threats we face, we cut them. In fact, this bill cuts over $30 billion and realizes those savings from cutting systems that can't survive in a conflict with China and by reining in programs like the F-35 that are not delivering on requirements. The bill we are presenting today is truly bipartisan. It passed out of committee 57-1. It executes on hundreds of hours of bipartisan oversight conducted by members and staff over the past few months. It will help us revitalize the defense industrial base. It will build the ready, capable, and lethal fighting force we need to deter China and other adversaries, and it will provide historic improvements in the quality of life for our service members and their families. As you consider which amendments to make in order, I would respectfully request that you focus on amendments that advance the security of our nation and the needs of our service members. Thanks again for the opportunity to be here, and I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just 5 quick points in support of this bill. First of all, I do want to thank the chairman of the committee, Mr. Rogers, for his leadership. As has been noted repeatedly, we produced an excellent bipartisan product out of committee by a 57-1 vote, considered hundreds of amendments, and had, I think, an excellent legislative process that led to this result. So I appreciate that. Also, my sympathies to the Rules Committee for the 1,500. How many amendments you dealt with? Somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,500. That's a lot to sort through. We appreciate your efforts to get through that to hopefully ultimately produce a high-quality product. A couple important things about this bill. First of all, oversight. That is one of the primary tasks that we have on this committee, to exercise our oversight of the Department of Defense to make sure that we are getting our money's worth for the taxpayer dollars spent there. There are many examples of that throughout this bill. I do want to emphasize one. That is our effort to get the F-35 that we want. We are restricting the number of F-35s and taking that money to require the defense contractors to improve the process so that we can finally get to the Block 4 F-35 that we need. That oversight is crucial. I think the Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land did an outstanding job of that. I hope this committee and the Appropriations Committee will support that process. But it's but one of many examples of why oversight is an important part of the job that we do. Second, as the chairman mentioned, the partnerships and alliances are crucial. Those are supported throughout this bill in many of the ways the chairman described. Also want to highlight the Baltic Security Initiative, as Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia are at most risk right now from the activity from Putin and Russia. That continued support is enormously important. We're not going to meet our national security needs without our partners and our allies. It is also crucial that we continue to invest in innovative technologies. And again, I want to thank the chairman for his leadership on changing some of the procurement practices at DOD to enable us to buy the new technologies that we need in a timely manner. Warfare has become a technological battle. We've certainly seen that in Ukraine. Drones, counter drones, the ability to jam systems, the ability to make sure your systems are not jammed. All of that is about new technology, as is long-range fires and missile defense. We have to be able to quickly purchase those new technologies and to work with industry to make sure that we can. There are a number of provisions in the bill that do that. The other big point is the one that the chairman hit, and I just really want to emphasize. This bill really goes after the quality of life issues that are so important to the men and women who serve in our military. That is the backbone of our military. It is what makes our military the best in the world. The equipment is important. The people are irreplaceable. We need to make sure that we're giving them the support that they need. As has been mentioned, one of the big aspects of this is a 19.5% pay increase for junior enlisted. That's where we really have the problem. Many of our junior enlisted are struggling to afford housing as housing costs have gone up. Their pay has not kept pace. This is a bold step to try to make sure that we support them, which incidentally will also help with recruitment and retention. The healthcare piece of this, also really important. Child care, on step after step, we have improved this. One final piece that I want to mention that hasn't been mentioned yet is support for the spouses. One of the problems many spouses have is they have a job, but that job requires a license. They move from state to state. They can't keep the job. This bill addresses that issue by making those licenses more easily transferable. Overall, in the entire time we've been here, there has never been a bill produced in this process that has done more for the service members than this bill, and I strongly urge support. Lastly, and not to end on a negative note, I'll try to come up with something positive after this point, we are concerned about the amendment process that is before us. As the ranking member, Mr. McGovern, noted, last year this bill put in a lot of very partisan amendments. We had a robust debate on the committee level about amendments that some Democrats wanted to offer, amendments that Republicans wanted to offer. How do we get to a bill that can, in fact, be bipartisan? And we got there. I would hope the Rules Committee would do the same. And specifically, the challenges are any effort to go after reproductive health care, any effort to go after the rights of the LGBTQ community are going to be problems, as is any effort to block the efforts of DOD to have a truly inclusive military. Look, in order to have the service members that we need, we have to recruit across a broad swath, and historical discrimination is an issue. I think it's really important that members of the LGBT community feel like they are welcomed in the military and can serve because we need their talent. We need the talent of a diverse population. Attacking those efforts to ensure that is what will make this bill partisan, and we don't have to do it. We can, in fact, produce a bipartisan bill. But again, I'll go back to where I started. This has been a tremendous partnership between Democrats and Republicans in the House Armed Services Committee. That is made possible by Chairman Rogers' leadership. I thank him for that. I thank him for the product that we produced out of committee. And I am confident that by the time we get to the end of the process, as we always do, we will have, once again, a bipartisan product. Let's just get there earlier this time. Save ourselves the aggravation. It's where we're going to wind up anyway, so why don't we just go ahead and do it? With that, I urge support for the bill, and I thank the chairman for the time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, thank both of you for your thoughtful comments. Just as a technical note, the total number of amendments that committee staff has diligently worked on is 1358, so that's a pretty sizable number. I'm going to defer my questions to the end to see how we're doing with time. We recognize the gentleman from South Carolina for his questions.
And either one's fine.
And I'm sorry, I don't even know what you mean by that. I mean, recruitment is an effort to go out and go into whatever populations you need to recruit them. I can tell you that the primary reason that recruitment was down was because of the pandemic, which took our recruiters out of high schools. The numbers are actually better this year than they were last year, and they are getting better as we're able to get past the pandemic and do more aggressive recruitment. I just fundamentally disagree with the notion. I mean, you have to define your term a little bit better. I mean, I do know what woke means to a variety of different people, but it means different things to different people as well. The efforts that the military has done are to go out and recruit aggressively from wherever they can. I don't believe there is any sort of redirection of funds in that regard in this bill. So I'd have to get more specifics to answer that. But look, recruiting from a diverse population is the reality of the country that we face right now, and I would hope the military would continue to do that.
Congressman Rogers, you have any?
Yeah, we did cut $30 billion from obsolete ships and aircraft and weapon systems that just don't meet our requirements. But also, just like last year, we had cut some divisive programs on CRT training and DEI programs.
And that's what I mean by woke, DEI.
Yeah. And those remain unfunded or held at whatever we did last year. And we cut some DEI advisory committees at DOD students as well. So, I mean, we've made some incremental improvements over what we did last year that are going to save us some money. But the big savings come in weapon systems.
Okay, the funding that were given to the National Guard to assist in border control,
It's in there, 100%.
how does that correspond with the states? I mean,
Well, what
how
happened-
would each state, I assume, would have to request National Guard to get involved with stopping the flow of the illegals?
Well, typically, it's the president who asks for the National Guard to be deployed by the states to supplement the efforts of the Border Patrol. Keep in mind, whenever that happens, the military personnel, the National Guard, are not allowed to interact directly on the border. They basically backfill administrative positions so that more CBP agents can go to the border and do their job. But that's funded federally, and it's requested by the president to use state and National Guard resources for that purpose, but we pay for it.
But that's not going to happen.
No, it's fully funded. It's happened under every administration since
But
Clinton.
I mean, this president's not going to,
Well, I don't know about that, but we fully authorized it in this bill.
do you have a dollar amount?
I don't know how much is authorized, you know?
It just, what I had, tell me if I'm wrong, fully funding National Guard for deployment to secure the border.
Yes. We fully funded what was requested by the administration to do that. And every administration has done it, Democrat and Republican, going back to Clinton, I know for sure. And I can get you the number, I just don't have it
Okay,
in my
that'd be fine. If y'all get the number on it, I'd be interested in just seeing that.
Sure.
I have no further questions.
I'm sorry, if I could, I want to, in diversity, equity, and inclusion, I'm really kind of worried about, there is such a thing as bad DEI. I've seen bad DEI, which goes out and tries to, make it like, all white people are racist, and that's the focus of everything. So, and that's CRT and some other things. The military doesn't do that, okay? But the notion that in a nation that clearly has a history of discrimination, that if you're running an entity, you need to make affirmative efforts to reach out to marginalized populations to make sure they are fairly represented, that's just common sense. That's just using the human resources that are available. I mean, we took a long time to get women accepted into the military. Women are a vital part of our military right now. To have an effort to affirmatively make sure that you're recruiting women, that just makes sense. We have also had historical racism, certainly against black people, indigenous Americans, and Hispanic Americans, making sure that they know that they will get a fair shot and be fairly included. That's common sense. I mean, I've seen the bad DEI, and I don't disagree with that. I live with it out in my district in some cases. That's not what the United States military is doing. They are trying to recruit in a diverse population to get us the best people possible to serve in the military, and I hope folks will recognize the difference. Thank you. I appreciate giving me that time.
Chair thanks the gentleman from South Carolina who yields back. Chair recognizes the ranking member of the full
Well, thank you,
committee.
Mr. Chairman. Again, I want to thank you both for getting a 57-1 vote out of your committee. And I hope that we here in the Rules Committee don't screw it up, which is really possible. That we shouldn't be making an order amendments that haven't been thought out, or that, quite frankly, don't belong on the NDAA for debate, but people think that this is a vehicle that's going somewhere, so they should attach everything to it. And again, issues that deserve more time for people to be able to analyze before we bring them to the House floor. So again, But my appreciation to both of you for the way you have worked together and the example you have set will be that I will have no questions and yield back.
Gentleman yields back, Chair. Thanks, the gentleman. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have had the privilege of serving on the Armed Services Committee for 14 years, and Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith, and it's been Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Rogers in the past. And I will tell you, the committee works quite well together, and I think that has to do with the fact that the nature of the business is very serious, and most of the members are very serious. And also, I know we have a lot of staff here from the minority and the majority, and I think the fact that they have personal relationships helps us get to the point that we are where we have a vote that comes out of committee 57-1. One of the best things that I've seen in the bill, and Ranking Member Smith, you mentioned this, our junior enlisted members, $2,017 a month is what an E1 is capped at. $22.61 a month is what an E2 is capped at, unless my numbers are wrong. And $26.30 is what an E3 is capped at. And I think that the pay increase for the junior enlisted, as we call them, is extremely necessary. I hope that as this pushes forward, it will stay through the process and be signed into law. I know there's a statement of administrative policy that has come out against that. I wish the president had not done that. But I'll just tell you, I mean, the junior enlisted needs this lift. And the committee, that vote may have been unanimous in committee. Do y'all remember what the vote was in committee on that?
That was unanimous.
From the 58 members of the committee who have looked at this issue and who studied the DOD budget inside and out, and that number is accounted for in our appropriation number. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And so no supersized piece of legislation is going to be something where everybody's going to agree in it. I certainly have things in the legislation that I don't agree with, and there are things that I do agree with. But I want to just say thank you as a member of the committee for the way the two of you conduct yourself professionally, and thank you to the staff for conducting yourself in such a professional manner. And I look forward to this legislation coming to the floor. And Chairman, I understand the Rules Committee, in addition to the amendments inside the Armed Services Committee, the Rules Committee addressed 1,300 amendments as well. 1,315. And my understanding is that has been kept to the subject of the Armed Services. Yes, sir.
There has been and I don't recall this in prior iterations of the NDAA, but there really has been an effort to conform to Speaker Johnston's request that we stay within the jurisdiction of the Armed Services Committee and Defense Appropriations. So that it has been difficult, and personally for me, it's been painful because there's some things I wanted to include, but we've really tried to adhere to that at the Rules Committee process.
Yes, sir. And I think you and your staff have done a great job with that. And I want to say this, and then I'm going to turn it back over. There are a couple of things that I very much wanted as a member of the Armed Services Committee and as a member of the Rules Committee that are not going to be included in this and are not going to be included in the amendment process. Nobody gets everything they want. But what we're going to have here is a good piece of legislation that I hope the rule will pass, and then we get the things done and get this bill across the floor into the Senate, and we'll deal with, a conference committee as time pushes forward. I want to mention two things that I've tried to get done that we're having difficulty getting done because I want to make sure the public knows that we're still working on these. One is, if we have a soldier that is killed in combat and that soldier's spouse remarries, that soldier's spouse loses something that I feel like they've earned, and that is access to TRICARE. And there's a fiscal note attached to that, but I do believe that if your spouse is killed in combat, that you should be allowed to stay on TRICARE. I don't think you should lose that if you get remarried. Being in the military is a family commitment, and if you lose your spouse in combat, I don't think it's too much to ask to let those spouses stay on TRICARE. The other thing that I want to mention before I turn it over to you, Mr. Speaker, is if we have somebody that is totally and permanently disabled, if you step on a pressure plate and you lose both legs, and you go back to work, and you make more than about $1,200 a month, you lose your Social Security benefits. And so when we talk about veteran suicides and other things, let's just remember the best thing we can do for our veterans when they come home is to get them back in the workforce. And when they come back home disabled, they should not be penalized by going back to work. They should be allowed to go back to work and not lose that Social Security benefit. And again, there's a fiscal note that's attached to that, but those are two things that as we push forward over the next several months, I hope that we can look at including, both of which would help our warriors. With that, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your time, and I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Chair thanks gentleman for his thoughtful comments. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Pennsylvania for questions.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith. Thank you for your work to bring us a bipartisan NDAA, one that shows the efforts at compromise and working through issues to benefit our national defense. So really appreciate your strong work. I do share the Ranking Member's concerns here that that thoughtfulness and that working together might get submarined if we see too much amendment work coming out of this, and I certainly hope that we won't see that going forward. And I think we do need to show appreciation for both your staffs and the rules staff for addressing thousands of amendment requests, because we know they do the yeoman's work with this. I'm particularly excited about the major reforms for military recruitment and retention. I grew up near Fort Drum, so that's very much been a part of my family's life. My sister taught at a school that served service members and their children. This committee has held hearings on hunger and how it impacts our service members because they're not being paid. And quite frankly, those who've studied the issue have shown us over and over again that one of the greatest recruitment pushes has been bad economies. When people can't earn enough outside and they turn to the military in order to feed their families. So now that we have a better economy and people have better opportunities elsewhere, of course it's hurting some of our recruitment efforts. So really think that that's a much needed push for our national security and to improve the standard of living for the people who are most dedicated to service of the country. Is there anything you can tell us, Ranking Member, about some of the drivers and how this bill attempts to address some of the challenges to recruitment?
Sure. Yeah. Well, two issues. I mean, one is the challenges to recruitment in general. And I think, I outlined one earlier, and that was coming out of the pandemic. The military basically wasn't able to recruit in the way that they were used to recruiting for about a year and a half, and that really hurt. And then second is the basics of the economy. Unemployment is low. There are other opportunities and other options, and that always makes recruitment more difficult. But I do think that the other factor is, and Mr. Scott did a very good job of outlining the challenges that junior enlisted face because of the low pay combined with the high cost of housing. So we go after the pay very specifically, and sorry I put away my notes here, but we also go after the housing costs and the child care costs, which can be crucial. People in the military frequently have children at a younger age than others. We increased the basic housing allowance from 95% to 100% of the calculated rate for military housing areas. Housing has gone up in a number of areas that have military bases. On access to child care, I believe the chairman mentioned this, we make it so that the support for child care is 100%. We have a backlog now. There is a support plan, but we have a backlog of people waiting. So we eliminate that backlog. So we go after housing, pay, child care, and health care, which are some of the basic costs, which will make it more economically viable for people to join the military and, crucially, to stay in the military. And I think that will help. So the provisions are very comprehensive, and it really helped that we had the quality of life panel because they did a deep dive on all of this. They didn't pull the 19.5% pay raise out of thin air. It was a calculation of what was needed, as were all the other benefits that are in this package. It's an incredibly strong package.
Well, the idea that you're addressing child care, pay, housing, and health care, that's pretty much every family's four basic concerns. So we really appreciate that. I also appreciate your mentioning of the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion principles for our military. I have a sister who served back in the 80s. She is gay, and the discrimination that she and many of her colleagues suffered was unacceptable and resulted in a loss of talent for our military. I have a lot of veterans in my district, including Tuskegee Airmen, Marines who were not allowed to be fully integrated into the Marine Corps during World War II. I mean, we have done a great disservice to our country and to people in our country when we have not recognized some of the discrimination in our military service and taken measures both to address it within the service and to address how we attract the best and the brightest talent from across our country, from all sectors, because we know the research is universal. When you attract a more diverse workforce, you get a better workforce, you get different ideas, you are able to perform at a higher level. So I think we should have DEI inclusion, but obviously meaningful work to that effect, and I look forward to making sure that we continue those efforts. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back to her. Thanks, the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Indiana is now recognized for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith for testifying today. I'm glad that this particular NDAA is placing an emphasis on service member quality of life. I'd like to just ask Chairman Rogers just about the process, and the Ranking Member, if you'd like to answer, the process you've developed to follow. What did you follow to develop the quality of life improvements that are included in the NDAA?
Well, as the ranking member mentioned, we wanted it to be comprehensive, so we set up a task force last year, and they spent last year holding hearings, roundtables, to gather information from family organizations about what all was necessary. They put that together in this report that came out, I think, February of this year, with basically 19 categories where they made recommendations. We included all of them in this bill. And you've just heard the range, but, you know, it wasn't just pay. Pay was the most obvious and attention-getting because we had service members receiving food stamps, which is just unacceptable. But there was other things. I mean, the fact is, if you're going to be in the military, if we want to be able to keep folks, we need to value them and value their family. And so we went after the things families see that show that they feel appreciated and valued, and child care is one of them, health care is another, housing was another area of just egregious deficiencies, that we are putting resources against those things to make sure that these families feel valued. Spousal employment is another. We make these people move. So those were the broad categories. We included every recommendation in here, and I can tell you, I'm proud of this, but I intend to come back next year and let's layer more on there, particularly in the area of child care and health care, because while we're particularly going after recruitment issues right now, these are going to metastasize into retention issues if we don't value the full family and make the experience more comfortable.
And to the Ranking Member, do you want to add anything on that front?
No, I think the chairman summed it up fairly well. And that's the important thing. These were not just, well, let's give more money, let's give more housing. We did a very extensive study, and there were, service members, members of their family, veterans, retirees, all came in and testified before this panel over an extended period of time to really get into the detail of what are the aspects of a service member and their family's lives that need improvement. So these are very specific, very well thought out proposals that I think will make a huge difference.
Thank you, and I just want to just make a particular note that I totally agree that we have to treat the service member and their families with care, and I hope this is an important first step in continuing that process that you guys have started with the passage of this bill. I also want to thank the Rules Committee staff and the legislative staff for our Rules Committee of the Rules Committee members for the hard work that they did with processing. I think it was 1,400 different amendments to this bill, and to your committee as well for the work that they did in sorting through all of this. Thank you, and thank you for this emphasis to take care of service members and their families. It's important, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back to her. Thanks, the gentlelady. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized for questions.
Thank you so very much, Chairman. And thank you, Chairman and Ranking Member. I love it when you come before the Rules Committee because it's when we can actually all agree on the bill. And it's a wonderful sign of bipartisanship. I think it's a sign of how you recognize how important this bill is to our national security, and we need to stay bipartisan, even though I know that the ranking member probably pushed on some things. We would have liked a little bit more of this and a little bit less of that, but, you know, this is what you got. You got a very bipartisan bill before us. And you know, my apologies for being a little late. My American decided to strand me in Dallas last night. so my, you know, my apologies for being a bit late, and not listening to your opening. But I really do appreciate the focus on what do we need to do to make sure we recruit and retain our military. And so you've already talked about the big pillars, right? Housing, pay, healthcare, childcare. I would like you to talk a bit about why that is so important for rural areas. I have Cannon Air Force Base in my district. Special operations, very important to what we're going to be doing, of what we have done in Afghanistan, what might happen in the Middle East. I mean, they're on the ready, right? But they're also in a very rural area. And so needing to provide for the federal government to step up and say, we want you to serve, we need you to serve, so we need to serve you and your families is important, especially in rural areas. Could you each speak to why that's important and how you looked at that with regards to this bill?
Two areas in particular jump to my mind when you mentioned that. One is child care. There's inadequate child care in a lot of places, but particularly in rural areas. This is providing resources for them to build additional child care facilities on the bases, and to then make it more affordable for the service members by providing a supplemental income for the fee if they're lower income. And then second is the housing issue. You know, again, in rural areas, you're not going to have the same breadth of housing. We're giving them more money, particularly for unaccompanied personnel, to be able to have adequate housing on base that's not deplorable and dilapidated. And we also increase again this year the family housing that we're doing through public-private partnerships, both of which I think are really going to help those families in those rural areas. Spousal employment, we give them additional authorities to be able to employ spouses on the base or in civilian jobs rather than having them be unemployed because there's not enough jobs in this rural area for them. So those are the things that jump to mind. This bill goes a long way. It's not the answer. I think this is going to take a 2 or 3 or 4 year period for us to layer on more. But this is a huge
Number of military bases that are in rural areas because, you know, they typically need space, particularly if you're talking about the Army. So addressing the specific concerns of people in rural areas was an important part of this thing. Chairman mentioned it. Healthcare also, in some cases, you don't necessarily have the access to the healthcare, so improving that as well. So, yeah, no, I agree with what the chairman said.
Right, and the other reason is cows don't complain as much as people when you have those fast jets going overhead, right? You know, which is what we have in the, you know, our vast expanses. And they're doing an interesting thing at Cannon, right? We need to make sure that families have access to specialized care. And so we have range riders. It's called the Range Rider Program, where they're bringing a specialist to Cannon once a month, so then you can expand the number of service people who can come because you get the specialty care. These are the kinds of innovations that I think when I was looking at what you're doing here, I was very excited about because they're going to support that. So,
And that's another thing this bill does. It allows you to see a specialist without having to get a referral from TRICARE.
right.
So,
Yeah, no, I was very pleased about that. I also want to point out that there is an amendment that we will be discussing later on that I've discussed. I haven't had a chance to touch bases with you, Chair, but it's a bipartisan amendment brought by Moylan, Wagner, Johnson, myself, with regards to the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, you know, which comes out of a very important national security issue, which was testing our nuclear weapons, building them, mining the uranium, and testing them. As you know, the very first bomb was exploded in New Mexico, but for some weird reason, New Mexico was left out of the compensation program. And so we're hoping to expand the program to cover those places that were left out. It's an amazingly bipartisan effort, which I'm real proud of. I'm working real closely with Josh Hawley over in the Senate, with Senator Ben-Ray Lujan as well. And so we're hoping that this will make it on. We reduce the cost, so that is basically a tenth of where we started. So the survivors and those who are struggling have made some real concessions to try to make it acceptable for everybody. And I know your members have probably talked to you about it, Mr. Chair.
Yes, no, we have.
Well, hopefully we'll be able to vote on it, because I think it's something honoring those who unwittingly, sacrificed for this program is really important. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back the chair. Thanks, gentlelady. I had reserved my time for questions. I'm not really going to ask anything. I really appreciate the work that you all have put into this. The world is increasingly a dangerous and more dangerous place. My observation, and I recognize this from the perspective of a layperson, you all have much more direct knowledge of this than I do, but the world is less dangerous if the United States is more stable and stronger. And certainly our national defense is no small part of that. It does concern me that the risk of a miscalculation, a misstep, a misinterpreted action at some place in the world could have far-reaching consequences. And I say that only say I really thank you for making certain that we have everything we need to have in place to prevent some of those things from happening should they occur. Just like the ranking member, my apologies for not acknowledging Jennifer and Steve. I mean, was several weeks ago they agreed to stay on when Kelly concluded her term here. It seems like forever ago now, and we would not be here today at this point with an NDAA with 1,358 amendments had it not been for the really the incalculable work that the Rules Committee staff did over the weekend, and we really appreciate them. But thank you for your testimony and your thoughtful approach to this, and the witnesses are excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
As we make the transition, I wanted to welcome our second panel, Representative Harriet Hegman and Ranking Member Jerry Nadler from the Committee on Judiciary, and Chairman James Comer and Ranking Member Jamie Raskin, who may join us in progress. So Representative Hageman, as you're ready, we welcome your testimony. Sure. If the gentlelady will suspend for one moment, I see the chairman of the, Chairman Raskin, I'm sorry, Chairman Comer, if you would join us at the table. And Ranking Member Raskin will join us when he is able. I apologize, Representative Hagerman. Please continue with your testimony.
Very important issue. This resolution upholds the institutional power of the House by recommending that the House find Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress for failing to comply with the Judiciary Committee's subpoena. It's very simple. Attorney General Garland holds information vital to the committee's legislative oversight and the House's impeachment inquiry. Attorney General Garland has refused to comply with the committee's subpoena, and only belatedly did President Biden invoke an invalid executive privilege assertion over the audio recordings. Special Counsel Robert Hur stated on page 1 of his report, quote, "Our investigation uncovered evidence that President Biden willfully retained and disclosed classified materials after his vice presidency when he was a private citizen," end quote. Joe Biden not only kept information he wasn't allowed to keep, he also shared it with people who weren't allowed to see it. He shared that information with his ghostwriter. Special Counsel Hur stated on page 231 of his report that President Biden, quote, had strong motivations to ignore the proper procedures for safeguarding the classified information in his notebooks. He decided months before leaving office to write a book, end quote. A book for which Joe Biden received an $8 million advance. But all this, and Special Counsel Hur declined to prosecute President Biden because Joe Biden is, quote, a sympathetic, well-meaning, elderly man with a poor memory, end quote. Following the release of Special Counsel Hur's report, both the Judiciary and the Oversight Committees issued subpoenas requiring Attorney General Garland to turn over the transcripts and audio recordings of Special Counsel Hur's interview with President Biden and his ghostwriter, among other information. To date, Attorney General Garland has failed and refused to produce these audio recordings. To determine whether Special Counsel Hur appropriately carried out justice by not prosecuting the president, the recordings are necessary. The transcripts alone are not sufficient evidence of the state of the president's memory. This executive branch has a history of changing transcripts. In late April, during a public speech, President Biden read a teleprompter instruction to pause. He stated, quote, imagine what we could do next, 4 more years, pause, end quote. But when the White House put out the transcript, it didn't include the word pause. In that case, and in this case as well, the video and audio recording is the best evidence of the words that President Biden actually spoke. The department's refusal to produce the audio recordings of Special Counsel Hur's interviews with President Biden amounts to a demand that the committee trust the department created and produced interview transcripts are accurate and complete. Following the issuance of the subpoenas, and despite repeated follow-up from the committee, the department continued to withhold the audio recordings of those interviews without providing any constitutional or legal basis to do so. And then hours before the committee was set to meet and consider this contempt resolution, the department notified the committee that President Biden had asserted, at the Attorney General's urging, no less, executive privilege over the audio recordings. This belated assertion of executive privilege fails for numerous reasons. First, President Biden has already waived any potential assertion of executive privilege over the information discussed in his interviews with Special Counsel Hur by releasing the transcripts of those interviews to the media. Similarly, during Watergate, a federal district court held that President Nixon had waived any claim of executive privilege over certain audio recordings of his conversations because he had already published transcripts of those conversations. Second, President Biden's assertion of privilege is not valid because it is more than 2 months late. Any privilege should have been asserted by March 7th, 2024, the subpoena return date. Third, President Biden has not set forth any valid reasons for invoking executive privilege. During these interviews, he was not receiving advice regarding the execution of his presidential responsibilities. Rather, he was sitting for an interview with a special counsel investigating whether he mishandled classified documents while he was a private citizen. Fourth, the law enforcement concerns set forth by the executive branch lack merit and are outweighed by the committee's need for the audio recordings. There is just no reason to believe that individuals will be substantially less likely to cooperate with department investigations of both an interview transcript and audio recordings are produced to Congress, as opposed to just the interview transcript. The department has a legal obligation to turn over the requested materials pursuant to the subpoena. Attorney General Garland's willful refusal to comply with our subpoena constitutes contempt of Congress. Our oversight and impeachment responsibilities are too important to allow Attorney General Garland to willfully and unlawfully disregard our lawful subpoena. With that, I yield back.
Sure. Thanks, gentlelady. The gentleman from New York, Ranking Member Nadler, is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the Judiciary Committee under Republican control has spent the last 18 months and 20 million taxpayer dollars in a desperate search to find something, anything, that they can use to damage President Biden and to protect Donald Trump. Other committees have gotten into the act as well, spending untold taxpayer money not to benefit the American people, not to feed hungry children, not to address our housing crisis, not to improve our health care system, but on a single-minded quest to follow every right-wing conspiracy theory in the vain hope that it might lead to some evidence of wrongdoing. And what exactly have they delivered to the American people on their investment? Nothing. No evidence that the conspiracies are true, no indictments, no impeachment, no wins of any significance. And the Republican leadership knows that if they don't come up with something to show for the millions of dollars they have spent, the MAGA political base may stay home next November. So they are scrambling in a desperate attempt to look like they have accomplished something. They were fervently hoping that Special Counsel Hur would indict President Biden for mishandling classified documents so that they could attack President Biden and misdirect the American people away from Donald Trump's treacherous handling of classified information. But the special counsel cleared Mr. Biden of wrongdoing for reasons that have nothing to do with Mr. Hur's gratuitous and widely contradicted comments about the president's memory. So what do our Republican friends do when an investigation turns up short? Simply put, they engage in fantasy. That's what they are doing here today. Unable to come up with any wrongdoing by the president, they have now trained their sights on the Attorney General. They accuse him of withholding key evidence, but the Attorney General has substantially complied with their every request. Sometimes he has been too responsive, in my opinion, given the obvious bad faith of the MAGA majority. DOJ has produced 92,000 pages of documents since Republicans took control of the House last year, and has made dozens of witnesses available for interviews, hearings, and briefings. That's more pages of documents and more witnesses than the Trump Justice Department produced to Congress in 4 years. Just last week, the Attorney General himself spent more than 5 hours testifying before the Judiciary Committee. With respect to the subpoena at issue in this contempt resolution, the Department turned over all the information Republicans asked for. There has been no obstruction, only cooperation. In reality, the Attorney General and DOJ have been fully responsive to Congress in every way that might be material to their long-dead impeachment inquiry. All that remains are audio files for which the President has asserted executive privilege. In a letter to Chairman Jordan and Comer, the Department of Justice noted that producing the audio recordings would, quote, raise an unacceptable risk of undermining the Department's ability to conduct high-profile criminal investigations, in particular, investigations where the voluntary cooperation of the White House officials is exceedingly important, close quote. The chairman claimed that they need these records to understand the pauses, pace, and tone of the conversation. This is absurd and clearly pretextual, and in any event, it does not outweigh the substantial concerns expressed by the President and the Department. Moreover, with respect to the recording at issue in this report, a complete certified transcript has already been provided to both committees. And no credible allegation has been made that these transcripts have been altered in any material way. The only thing that has not been produced is the recording itself, something that in the wrong hands, specifically in Mr. Jordan's hands, can be easily manipulated. This is not an idle concern. Last year, a witness testifying in a closed-door deposition told us that she was the victim of a manipulated video amplified by Republicans on the Judiciary Committee and that it contributed to a flood of death threats against her. Nina Jankowicz told us this about her deposition in April 2023. This isn't really about a policy disagreement with the DOJ. This is about feeding the MAGA base after 18 months of investigations that have produced failure after failure. Like most of the bills House Republicans have pushed on purely partisan lines, this contempt resolution will do very little, other than smear the reputation of Merrick Garland, who will remain a good and decent public servant no matter what Republicans say about him today. This resolution may boost Donald Trump's spirits before his sentencing for his conviction on 34 felonies, but it will certainly not convince the Department of Justice to produce the one remaining file in question. Like the broader impeachment effort before it, this contempt resolution will have been a partisan stunt, destined to fail from the very start. The American people actually need us to do important work. I'm tired of these games, and so are the American people. I urge my colleagues to oppose this measure, and I'd be very happy to answer any questions you may have. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair thanks the gentleman. Chairman Comer, you're recognized for restating.
Thank you very much, Chairman Burgess and members of the House Rules Committee. The Oversight Committee's February 27th subpoena required the Department of Justice to produce audio recordings of President Biden's interview with Special Counsel Robert Hur regarding the president's mishandling and improper disclosure of classified materials. The department failed to produce them. The Oversight Committee held a markup to consider a report holding Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress and favorably passed that report. This is not a complicated matter. The executive branch and its agencies, including the Department of Justice, are not above Congress's right to oversee those agencies. We, as members of the House of Representatives, have a duty to ensure congressional subpoenas are fully complied with by those who receive them, people, companies, and particularly the federal government. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle constantly talk about the threats to our institutions, but then they turn around and defend the DOJ's noncompliance with a duly authorized subpoena showing their partisanship. If my colleagues will not defend the institution of Congress, the institution they are a part of, how can we listen with a straight face when they talk about the sanctity of our other institutions? The President has asserted executive privilege over these audio recordings. Legal scholars find this assertion bizarre and meritless. The President has waived any executive privilege over these audio recordings by releasing a transcript of the entire interview to the public. When the transcript was released, President Biden's own White House spokesperson claimed, quote, "In keeping with his commitment to cooperation and transparency throughout this investigation, the President declined to assert privilege over any portion of the report," end quote. My question to the White House is, what happened to cooperation and transparency? What reason does the White House have to inappropriately assert executive privilege now? The White House has shown it is willing to alter transcripts to protect Joe Biden's image. It is insufficient to simply take the Justice Department at its word that the transcripts have not been altered. The Department of Justice does not get to decide how to comply with the subpoena, just as the people who receive subpoenas from DOJ cannot determine how they will comply. The Oversight Committee has conducted its own investigation into President Biden's mishandling of classified materials, and its findings contradict key portions of the White House's and President Biden's personal attorney's official narrative. Months of investigating by the Oversight Committee have revealed the White House has attempted to withhold the truth from the American people. As I stated in our markup, the Oversight Committee's timeline begins well before the White House's narrative that President Biden's private lawyers just stumbled upon classified materials in November 2022 at the Penn Biden Center. By May 24th, 2022, 6 months before the White House's story began, the White House counsel, Dana Remus, contacted a Biden former employee to retrieve President Biden's materials from the Penn Biden Center. She then traveled there herself to pick boxes up. Again, as I stated previously, and have not yet received an answer, why would the most senior lawyer at the White House be going to pack up an office that was supposed to only have pictures and personal documents in it? Why were President Biden's personal lawyers visiting the Penn Biden Center days before the, quote, discovery of classified materials if they thought they were just picking up pictures and letters? Why were they calling FedEx to pick up boxes and a White House employee was leaving with boxes before the November 2nd discovery? These are questions I continue to ask because so far none have been provided. Not by Special Counsel Hur, not by the White House, not by the Department of Justice, and certainly not by President Biden. If the Attorney General chooses to defy Congress and not produce the audio recordings, he must face the consequences of his actions. The path before us is clear, and the Oversight Committee recommends the Attorney General be found in contempt of Congress. Neither he nor President Biden are above Congress's oversight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes, welcomes back to the Rules Committee, the ranking member of the Oversight Committee, Mr. Raskin of
Thank you very
Maryland.
kindly, Chairman Burgess. It's a delight to be with you and with Chairman McGovern and with my old buddies on the Rules Committee. There's plainly no basis for holding the Attorney General of the United States, Merrick Garland, in contempt, unless we're going to start holding people in contempt for complying with the committee's demands. This is actually the third witness who has faithfully cooperated with the Oversight Committee that the chairman has now threatened with contempt, the first being FBI Director Christopher Wray, the second being Hunter Biden. So this is the third time, and again, it makes no sense. Attorney General Garland and the Biden administration have consistently cooperated with the demands made by Chairman Comer and Jordan for information relating to Special Counsel Hur's review of President Biden. The Attorney General released the Special Counsel's report on President Biden in full. The DOJ made Special Counsel Hur available for multiple hours of testimony and examination before the Judiciary Committee, and he answered all of our questions. The DOJ also provided correspondence between the Department of Justice and the President's lawyers, documents referenced in the Hur report's appendix, and the transcript of the Special Counsel's interview with the President's ghostwriter, Mark Zwanitzer, in complete detail in response to the chair's requests. And the Attorney General provided us the full transcript of President Biden's voluntary 5-hour interview with the Special Counsel, all 250-plus pages of it. The Department of Justice and the administration have given us all the information we asked for. Now, Chairman Comer and Chairman Jordan, who was subpoenaed by the January 6th Select Committee and never rendered a single document to it or spent 1 minute testifying before it, respond by seeking to hold the Attorney General of the United States of America in contempt based on preposterous claims of obstruction. Like their slapstick impeachment drives against President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas, this new tragic comic contempt drive is doomed because it's wrong on the facts, it's wrong on the law, and it's wrong about who the real culprit is. The motion before you today projects the lawless conduct that Republicans regularly defended when Donald Trump was president onto an attorney general who has devoted his entire career and life to defending the rule of law. Unlike the Biden administration, which has cooperated fully here, the Trump administration refused to comply in any way with the 2019 impeachment inquiry into Trump's shakedown of Ukrainian President Zelensky. Trump ordered administration officials who were material witnesses not to cooperate with requests for interviews. In total, 12 federal officials absolutely refused to testify before Congress, 10 of whom blatantly defied congressional subpoenas. And this was just a part of a larger pattern of obstruction in the Trump administration, which refused to cooperate with more than 100 committee investigations and inquiries on a range of subjects, something that did not seem to trouble my colleagues at all. By contrast, Attorney General Garland and the Department of Justice have cooperated substantially, materially, and fully with every single one of the requests, bombarding his office in this bad faith, madcap, endless impeachment investigation. In fact, every member of Congress, and indeed every American, can today go online and read President Biden's answers to every single question posed to him by Special Counsel Robert Hur. And we can access it because under Attorney General Garland, the DOJ provided the full and complete, I repeat, full and complete transcript of the presidential interview to Chairman James Comer and Jim Jordan. Meantime, the good chairman of the Oversight Committee has not released the transcripts of any of the committee's interviews regarding the classified document. None at all. But Republicans have responded to Garland's striking good faith cooperation by trying to hold the Attorney General in contempt because they say they do not want to read the president's answers in the interview. They want to listen to the book on tape. In a last-ditch attempt to blame a cabinet member for the spectacular failure of their laughingstock impeachment drive, they have contrived an allegation that Garland has impeded their inquiry by preventing them from hearing rather than reading President Biden's interview with the special counsel. The claim falsely implies that reading the words written out across 250 transcript pages isn't enough, and that hearing them would somehow change the content of the president's interview or the meaning of his answers and suddenly reveal the holy grail of the 118th Congress, evidence of the still unnamed and unidentified impeachable offense they've been spending millions of taxpayer dollars looking for. In fact, they want to pour over 5 hours of President Biden's taped interview to search not for an impeachable offense, because they know that doesn't exist at this point, but for a verbal mistake, like a mispronounced name, that they can turn into a political TV attack ad in the presidential campaign. And yet, even after weaponizing House committees for this nakedly political pursuit, after amassing nearly 4 million pages of documents and 80 hours of testimony from 19 different witnesses, and even with their robotic diligence in cherry-picking facts, distorting evidence, wasting taxpayer money, and echoing blatant Russian disinformation, Republicans still haven't found any evidence that President Biden committed a crime, much less an impeachable offense. Not a single morsel of evidence. The cupboard is empty. Last week, Republicans surrendered what was left of their floundering investigation, making half-hearted, last-ditch criminal referrals of the president's family members to the DOJ for some weak tea gotcha accusations. Most importantly, these referrals did not identify any crime, any misdemeanor, or any impeachable offense that President Biden even allegedly committed. Not one. Now, in the wake of the collapse of this effort, they want America to believe that their 17-month impeachment quest failed, not because they had no relevant evidence of any identifiable impeachable offense, but because Attorney General Garland did not produce an audio tape of a book whose words they already possess and all of America can read. The Attorney General has given Chairman Comer all the information he has sought, and our do-nothing Congress is now finally about to do something, but it's something ridiculous and absurd. They're about to hold the Attorney General of the United States of America in contempt for actually complying with the demands of Congress. I urge the committee to reject this request for a rule to bring a contempt resolution against the Attorney General of the United States to the floor of the House of Representatives. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thanks, gentlemen, and thank all of our witnesses for their thoughtful testimony today. Let me just ask a question. Representative Hageman and Chairman Comer, do you have any confidence that the actual interviews, the taped interviews, still exist? Or are those likely to have disappeared somewhere?
I would assume they still exist. They should.
I know they should, but there's obviously so much energy being expended to prevent the public from hearing these. And you have to ask yourself, why is there so much energy being, clearly it's not executive privilege. I mean, that was waived with the production of the transcribed interviews. If there's this much energy being placed to put a wall between the American public and the substance of these, the transcripts of these, I'm sorry, the audio of these interviews, clearly there's something that they desperately want to prevent from going to the hands of the American people.
Did I answer the question?
Mr. Burgess, I would say something in response to that. If they don't exist, I would say that someone has actually destroyed evidence. And that would be a very serious concern if someone actually did something with those audio tapes. I also think it's very important that we clarify some of the testimony that has been provided, which is there is the repeated claim that the transcript and the audio are identical, and that's not true. And in fact, it has been admitted over the last 2 weeks that there are differences between the transcript and the audio that they will not release. And it's one of the reasons why we absolutely have to have that audio, because they are not identical, and anyone who claims to the contrary is being disingenuous.
I agree. Chairman Comer?
Yeah, and I agree with everything she said. And another point that my colleagues to my left forgot to mention when they said that it's the House Republicans that want these audio tapes. The Associated Press, CNN, ABC, CBS, NBC, Reuters, Bloomberg, and the Washington Post, as well as other mainstream media outlets, have all sued to get the recordings as well. So it's, the American people want to see those audio recordings in addition to the investigators in the House of Representatives. So I think that's a very important point to note.
I'm sorry, Ranking Member Nadler, you had wanted to say something?
Yes, I want to say a few things. The basic reason the department doesn't want, I think, the basic reason the department doesn't want to release the transcript is because they have good reason to believe that the Republican leadership on the Judiciary Committee would alter the transcript, as they did With the Nina Jankowicz matter, she told us that in her deposition of April 2023, the Judiciary Committee altered, by cutting and pasting, altered the meaning of what she had said. And I assume that's the reason that the Justice Department doesn't want to release the transcript. I would also point out that, you know, the Republicans are claiming that the DOJ waived the ability to claim executive privilege by producing the written transcripts. Legally, that's simply wrong. Audio recordings have distinct features and law enforcement uses. Release of audio would have a unique chilling effect on future DOJ investigations. Also, finding a waiver here would punish DOJ for cooperating with Congress. And I don't think we want to punish the DOJ for cooperating with Congress. I would also point out, contrary to some of the insinuations we heard from my two colleagues to my left, to my right, rather, I'm sorry, God forbid to my left, my two colleagues to my right, that Mr. Hur, who is a Republican, who used to work for Bill Barr, conducted a thorough investigation and found there was no basis for charging the president with improper retention or mishandling of classified documents, whereas, of course, the special prosecutor has indicted former President, or got a grand jury to indict former President Trump for mishandling classified documents, and he will have to go to trial. So it's a world of difference, and we should not be...
I'm going to interrupt you there. It is a world of difference because President Trump was president. These documents were procured when the Vice President Biden they were under his control. He did not have the same ability as the president to declassify and move these things.
I'm not going to debate that with you. I will simply point out that the special prosecutor, Mr. Hur, found no basis for indicting Mr. Biden, while the special prosecutor, Mr. Smith, persuaded the grand jury to indict Mr. Trump.
By your own
That's a
admission,
world of
Mr.
difference.
Nadler, you said that Mr. Hur's comments when he related the status of this interview was that the president seemed well-meaning but confused. Now, I think, and you said yourself, you characterized that. I think the American people deserve the opportunity to be able to hear that for themselves. People are smart. They can make that discernment on their own.
His report made very clear that there were multiple reasons for not indicting Mr. Biden. His gratuitous comment about Mr. Biden's...
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you there. I'll give you a chance to respond, but your characterizing that as gratuitous is in and of itself gratuitous. I mean, you do not get to have that.
You can judge that. I don't think it's gratuitous. His comment was gratuitous because, if you read his report, that's not why the president was not indicted. There are ample reasons given in the report for not indicting the president. And given that, not including that, and given that fact, to make that observation was gratuitous.
Well, why not then clear the air and make the actual audio of the interview available? Let the American people be the deciders here.
Because...
Why hide that from them?
Because...
People are sensitive because they were told that, say, a certain laptop was Russian disinformation, and 51 members of the intelligence community signed a letter to that effect, and then it turns out, well, maybe it was not.
Because the chairman of the Judiciary Committee has already been caught altering...
May I respond?
No, not until I finish. Has been caught altering verbal, electronic transcripts in the case of Nina Jankowicz. And we have every reason to believe, or let me retract that.
Yeah.
We have no reason to believe that he wouldn't do so again.
Yeah.
If I may respond.
Please, I wish you would.
That is absolutely untrue. Neither Jim Jordan nor anybody on the Judiciary Committee made any changes to Nina Jankowicz's interview transcript. That's absolutely a false statement. There's one other point that I think needs to be clarified, which is that Special Counsel Robert Hur stated on page 1 of his report, our investigation uncovered evidence that President Biden willfully retained and disclosed classified materials after his vice presidency when he was a vice president. The reason that he recommended against prosecuting President Biden was not a gratuitous statement. It was the reason as to why he refused to recommend prosecution, and it was that because Joe Biden is a, quote, sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory, Mr. Hur was concerned that a jury would not be willing to convict. Anyone who wants to see what Mr. Hur actually found and his explanation of what he did, you can go and you can watch the hearing before the Judiciary Committee. But one thing is very clear, and I will go back to it again. The folks on the other side of the aisle keep wanting to say the transcript and the audio are identical. There is no reason why, if you have the transcript, you're entitled to the audio. As a long-practicing attorney, they are not the same thing. The audio is the best evidence of what he said, how he said it, the time that it took for him to say it, and in what ways they may have altered that transcript. The moment that they released the transcript and said, this is the interview, they waived their ability to claim any kind of a privilege. And they don't have a legally valid privilege in addition to that. And it's for that reason that we believe that Merrick Garland needs to be held in contempt of Congress.
I will
Well, I
agree
firmly
with,
believe
I
the
will
American-
agree with her. I will agree.
Gentlemen will suspend. I firmly believe that the American people are entitled to hear this, and I'm grateful that you brought this today. I'll give you a chance to respond,
I
Mr.
will
Nadler, but
agree
then we
with
need
Ms.
to move
Hagan-
on to
I will
Mr.
agree with Ms.
McGovern.
Hageman that there is no evidence that the transcript was altered whatsoever. The transcript wasn't altered. But in Ms. Hageman, I'm sorry, Ms. Jankowicz's case, the transcript wasn't altered, the video was altered. And that's what we're concerned about.
We're not arguing the Jankowicz case. We're arguing.
No, but if the Judiciary Committee
The American people
was
deserve the
dishonest
ability
enough,
to see that and make this
if
decision on
this-
their own. They are sick and tired of being lied to
if the,
by agencies.
if the
Mr. McGovern,
Judiciary
you're
Committee was
recognized.
dishonest enough, the leadership, to manipulate the video in the Jankowicz matter, it is dishonest enough to manipulate the video in this matter, and that is a good reason to withhold it.
Ranking Member Raskin, Ranking Member Nadler, Chairman Comer, and we're missing a chairman here. Mr. Jordan, I think, sent a substitute, which is unfortunate, because I would have liked to have asked Chairman Jordan about his noncompliance with the congressional subpoena. But I guess maybe he was too afraid to come or didn't want to have to deal with that question. I got to be honest with you. I mean, what the American people are sick of is how pathetic this House of Representatives have become. So let's just, I mean, this is a distraction from the fact that the Republican nominee for president is a convicted felon. That's what this is all about. Republicans have weaponized committee after committee to the point that it is doing great damage to this institution. Democrats, Republicans, and independents are looking at the way this House is being run, and they think it's pathetic. You know, we are here because Republicans are falsely claiming that the Attorney General is playing politics with the Justice Department. They are irresponsibly attacking the DOJ, making absurd claims that it is being weaponized. These contempt resolutions represent more of those attacks. My Republican friends have gone on and on about how Democrats have weaponized the DOJ, but their conspiracy theories crumbled this morning when Hunter Biden, the son of the president, was found guilty in a federal court on 3 gun-related charges. When Donald Trump was convicted, we saw an immediate reaction from Republican leaders. It was like within seconds that this trial is a sham, the judge is corrupt, the jury is rigged, and the contrast today is just staggering. Apparently, when a Republican is convicted, it's weaponization. But when a Democrat is convicted, the president's son no less, that's justice. I mean, give me a break. Hunter Biden was found guilty by a jury of his peers, just like Donald Trump, because this is our justice system at work. The divide here is stunning, and it's a great reminder that one political party remains committed to the rule of law and the other doesn't. It's that simple. Did Hunter Biden walk out of the courthouse this morning and slam the judge or the prosecutors? Did he claim some vast conspiracy to weaponize the legal system against him? No, he did not. In a statement on the verdict, President Biden said, and I quote, "I will accept the outcome of this case and will continue to respect the judicial process," end quote. Now I ask, after the verdict this morning, how can any Republican in their right mind argue that the Biden administration is weaponizing the DOJ to hurt Republicans and to help Democrats. They just convicted the president's own son, to say nothing of the fact that the Department of Justice is currently trying a Democratic senator and has indicted a Democratic member of this House. I mean, do Republicans still believe that President Biden is weaponizing the justice system? Because if he is, he's sure doing a lousy job. And as usual, the only Trump derangement syndrome going on around here is on the other side of the aisle. I mean, people are saying that Biden orchestrated the conviction of his own son in order to justify the criminal charges against Trump. That is how you think when you are in a cult. So here's the bottom line. Republicans just can't wrap their heads around the idea that their presidential candidate, your presumptive nominee, is a convicted felon. That is not the result of a sham process or some vast conspiracy by the Biden administration. That is the result of the truth. And these attacks on our justice system have to come to a stop. They are dangerous, they are irresponsible, they are nothing but false conspiracy theories being pushed to try and excuse the actions of the former president, and they are made even more absurd by the outcome of the trial this morning in Delaware. Mr. Raskin, for the record, can you contrast the president and the administration's compliance with this investigation with that of Mr. Jordan's noncompliance with the January 6th investigation?
Yes, will you allow me to comment on what you
Absolutely.
just said
Yeah.
as well, Congressman McGovern, and I'm very grateful to you for pointing this out. Hunter Biden was just convicted of every single count that was brought against him by the U.S. Department of Justice. I've not heard a single Democrat anywhere in the country cry fraud, cry fixed, cry rigged, cry kangaroo court, or any of the many epithets that our colleagues have mobilized against the U.S. Department of Justice and our federal court system, despite the fact that Donald Trump was not even tried in federal court. That was at the state level. And they pretend to support state prosecutors and state judges. But then they attribute it to the federal government and they say rigged, fixed, kangaroo court, and so on. You don't hear a single peep out of any Democrat saying that. Why? We believe in the rule of law. We believe in the justice system, and we stand by it. And you know what? Hunter Biden had every right and benefit that Donald Trump had. He had the right to a presumption of innocence. He had a right to counsel, which he exercised like Donald Trump did. He had a right to a jury of his peers, and he had a right to a unanimous verdict. And in both cases, a jury unanimously found against the defendant on all counts in both cases. And compare and contrast the difference in reaction between the Republicans and the Democrats. The Republicans are attacking our entire system of justice and the rule of law because they don't like the way that one case came out. Whereas the son of the President of the United States is prosecuted, and I don't hear a single Democrat crying foul. Now, both Hunter Biden and Donald Trump can afford themselves of every right of appeal that there is. And we stand by the appellate system. But I think that, it's just outrageous to see the way that our colleagues turn on the rule of law and the system of justice. And it's a profoundly dangerous thing that we witness. Now, you've asked me to contrast, Chairman McGovern, the cooperation and the compliance of Attorney General Garland and the Department of Justice with the non-cooperation of Jim Jordan with the January 6th Select Committee. Well, let's start with this. As I said before, we have gotten substantially and fully and materially everything that this committee has asked for from the Department of Justice and from the Biden administration. Again, that is a striking contrast with the Trump administration. I remember the day when President Trump, when he was in office, said there would be no cooperation with any committees or subcommittees in Congress. And they blocked investigations in more than 100 cases. And specifically with respect to impeachment, which is super dangerous, he did not allow people who were material witnesses, who had relevant factual testimony to render to the impeachment investigation in the first impeachment of Donald Trump to testify. He said they could not testify, and he just shut it down. I did not hear any of my colleagues have a problem with that. And now they're claiming, well, Merrick Garland has only cooperated 99.99% with our committee. We also want the audio tape. It's not enough for us that we can read every word verbatim. that is in the transcript. That's not enough for them. They want the audio tape too. I mean, it's like a sick joke that they would go from standing by Donald Trump's horrific obstructionism of congressional power then to trying to hold the Attorney General of the United States in contempt. Now, as for our friend, Chairman Jordan, who I also wish were here today, he wasn't the only one, by the way. There were other members who were subpoenaed by the January 6th committee to give us whatever relevant material information they had about the violent insurrection against our government in order to force Mike Pence to step outside of his constitutional role and simply declare Donald Trump the president and hand him the keys to the presidency. So we didn't have a word of testimony from Scott Perry. We didn't have a word of testimony from Jim Jordan. We didn't have a word of testimony from Andy Biggs. We didn't have a word of testimony from Kevin McCarthy, and we didn't have a word of testimony from Mo Brooks, nor did we receive a single document from Scott Perry, nor did we receive a single document from Jim Jordan, nor did we receive a single document from Andy Biggs, nor did we receive a single document from Kevin McCarthy, nor did we receive a single document from Mo Brooks. So there you're talking about 100% noncompliance and obstruction. They want to hold the Attorney General of the United States of America in contempt for 99.99% compliance with what they're saying now and 100% compliance in reality for what it was that the committee asked for.
Yeah, well, I mean, I regret that Chairman Jordan didn't see fit to come and testify today, because I would have liked to have heard his answer to the same question. But I just want to point out for the record that Hunter Biden was found guilty by a jury of his peers in a case prosecuted by a U.S. attorney appointed by President Trump, presided over by a federal judge appointed by President Trump, and investigated by the FBI with the director appointed by President Trump. And you don't hear anybody here talking about complaining about weaponization. And I just, Mr. Chairman, just for the record, would like to read the statement from President Biden in relationship to the verdict today. I quote him, "As I said last week, I am the president, but I am also a dad. Jill and I love our son, and we are so proud of the man he is today. So many families who have had loved ones battle addiction understand the feeling of pride seeing someone you love come out the other side and be so strong and resilient in recovery. As I also said last week, I will accept the outcome of this case and will continue to respect the judicial process as Hunter considers an appeal. Jill and I will always be there for Hunter and the rest of our family with our love and support. Nothing will ever change that," end quote. I think the fact that we are here wasting our time on this garbage is pathetic. I really do. Mr. Raskin, you want to?
Well, you know, if you can engage me in a little thought experiment, what if one of President Trump's children were prosecuted by the U.S. Department of Justice? The entire Republican Party would be in an uproar demanding that everybody be fired and that the investigation be quashed, especially if it related to exercise of Second Amendment rights. I've not heard any of them rise to the valiant defense of Hunter Biden's Second Amendment rights, but be that as it may, this is the rule of law, and Hunter Biden had every right that was afforded to him under the rule of law, just like Donald Trump did, and they were both convicted, and they both have the right to appeal, but we should all be standing by the rule of law and the court system, and I would love to hear one of my colleagues defend the discrepancy in their reaction to the Trump verdict and the Hunter Biden verdict, if they can.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I do want to correct the record. I think one Republican did come to the defense of Hunter Biden in a way. He's a member of this committee, but he's not here right now. That's Thomas Massey. He said Hunter Biden might deserve to be in jail for something, but purchasing a gun is not it. There are millions of marijuana users who own guns in this country, and none of them should be in jail for possessing a firearm against current laws. I don't agree with all that he is saying on that, but the point of the matter is...
Well, look, I think, you know, complex questions may be raised on appeal in that case, in any case. And we've got to stand by the system of justice. This is why all of the ethical improprieties and transgressions taking place in the Supreme Court today are so alarming and demoralizing, because you've got, people, billionaire sugar daddies giving millions of dollars to Supreme Court justices, and it undermines everybody's confidence in the rule of law.
And no complaints about that, no concerns about that. I mean, and again, we see what we've been seeing all in this Congress. If Republicans are held accountable for anything, it's a weaponization of the judicial system. If Democrats are held accountable, well, that's justice under the law. I've never, ever seen such hypocrisy in my life. And the idea, again, that this is what we're spending our time on, with all that we have to deal with in this country and in the world right now, this is what they think is so important, to get an audio recording of something they already have the transcript of, that this is the world comes to an end if we don't do this. We have to hold the Attorney General in contempt. I mean, give me a break.
I mean, Mr. McGovern, this is an impeachment investigation, and so I have not heard a single colleague explain how there might be something of value to understanding whether there's a high crime and misdemeanor caught in that minuscule space between the written version and the audio version. Not a single one has suggested how a high crime or misdemeanor will emerge in Joe Biden clearing his throat. But I do believe that they might be able to find something with a cut and paste job to turn into a great political attack ad, and nobody has denied that that's the real motivation here.
This is not about high crimes or misdemeanors. This is really about a distraction from the fact that their nominee for president is a convicted felon, period. I thank you for your time. I yield back.
Chair, thanks the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania for questions.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I think that there's only one question that we have to deal with here, and that's one question only. Can the executive branch ignore a subpoena that's not only lawful but valid? That's the one question we're here to decide. Everything else is just a complete distraction. Chairman Comer, would you like to talk about that?
I mean, look, we are the congressional overseers of the executive branch. We have checks and balances in our system. That's the way it was set up. And we have requested these audio recordings. The reason that we stumbled upon President Biden's mishandling of classified documents throughout the Biden influence peddling investigation was there were emails on the laptop that we now know was 100% legitimate, because that was the major piece of evidence in the court case that Mr. McGovern cited a dozen times, it seemed like, in the last 30 minutes. There were emails on there that looked like they could potentially be classified documents. And the thing that the investigation has revealed is, with the tens of millions of dollars that the Bidens have taken in from our adversaries around the world, there was never a business purpose. They say, the media will say, or the Democrats say, well, in Hunter Biden and Jim Biden, or Joe Biden's business dealings. What business was it they were in? Because we haven't ever found a legitimate business. The business, according to at least two people who testified under oath, and that would be Bob Alinsky and Jason Galanis, was they were and three, counting Devin Archer, three former Biden associates said the business was selling the Biden brand. That is called influence peddling. Were any of the classified documents used in the Biden influence peddling scheme? That's the question the Oversight Committee has with respect to the classified documents. And look, I think this is about transparency. Again, and I can't say this enough, it's not just the House Republicans requesting these documents. The Associated Press, CNN, ABC, CBS, NBC, Bloomberg, The Washington Post, that's their people. Their people want it too. The American people want it. Poll after poll shows the American people want transparency. So if there's nothing wrong with the tapes, then just disclose them.
Well, hold on, Mr. Raz. I'm not, you know me, I'm not going to leave you hanging like that. If you want to, go ahead.
Well, but I just wanted to be certain that this constitutes the chairman's endorsement for every petition by the Washington Post and ABC and CBS and CNN to get information. For example, they were asking for all the information that Donald Trump was suppressing for several years and wouldn't give to Congress. Do you agree it should be released because the media wanted it?
What was the question, Mr. Askin?
Well, I'll write it out for you.
Mr. Nadler?
I just want to point out that contrary to what the distinguished chairman said, the House Republicans didn't, quote, stumble on Biden documents. President Biden's personal counsel found the documents at the Penn Biden Center and voluntarily then reported them to the FBI. This cooperation was one reason that Special Counsel Hur declined to indict Biden. And I would contrast this with President Trump, who has hidden and who refused to turn over documents, who necessitated the court to order a search warrant, and who apparently hid documents from the agents executing the search warrant. And that's why the special counsel in the one case, President Trump, has asked the grand jury and got a grand jury to indict him. And in the other case, with President Biden, Mr. Hur declined to ask a grand jury to indict him and said there was no crime.
I mean, I get what you're saying, Mr. Nadler. I would just counter with the fact that the decision not to prosecute President Biden was because of the demeanor that was seen on the tape, and and there was an assessment.
That is not true. If you read the report, there are many reasons cited for not for the decision not to indict, and I mentioned a few of them a moment ago. There are many reasons cited, and I think it's a 231 or 261 page report. And that's why I called the comment about the president's cognitive ability gratuitous, because that was not any one of the major reasons given in the report for declining to indict.
It's my understanding that one of the major reasons was that, and it was in the report, is that President Biden would present to a jury, as I believe the quote was, a well-meaning, I forget the exact word, but basically that he doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't
have. I recommend you read the report and see all the other reasons why they declined to indict. But in particular, the cooperation that I just mentioned, that it was President Biden's personal counsel who found the documents and at the Penn Biden Center and voluntarily reported them to the FBI.
Okay, but again, it was the demeanor and how he would present to a jury that he'd be sympathetic, that people would think he doesn't have control, mental acuity enough, and the fact that
let me say this.
Hold on, we got to, Mr. Nass, we
got to say this. I don't want to get into a debate.
We cannot talk over each other. Please, gentlemen, suspend. The clerk cannot keep up with us when we cross-talk. So let's one at a time.
Okay.
Let me say this. That quote has been used and may have been put there, for all I know, to question the president's cognitive ability. I don't know why he put that in. But the fact is, there are going to be two debates, and the public will be able to judge the president's cognitive ability, and for that matter, the former president's cognitive abilities. There's no point debating it here.
Okay, and I'm not trying to bring this into a larger debate, but we're totally focused here. If we're talking about the privilege issue and whether or not they have a privilege, I believe they have waived that by providing the transcript, number one. Number two, when the report, now you can say it's not controlling or not, but the report does talk about his demeanor. It would be nice to see the tape so we could assess the demeanor ourselves. And again, I would say the privilege has been waived because you handed over, the executive branch, not you specifically, but the executive branch has handed over the transcript. I mean, that's just my read of the situation. Mr. Russ, Chairman Comer is trying to talk too, so I will give you time, I promise. Chairman.
I just wanted to say this again. I mentioned in my opening statement, our timeline doesn't match up with the White House's narrative of their timeline of the discovery of the document. And one of the things the White House is obstructing is our ability to interview several of the White House employees about the specifics of when those mishandled classified documents were discovered. I just want to point that out.
No, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Raskin, and then we'll go to Ms. Hageman.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. It's really more a question for you, because you make an interesting point. You assert that whatever privilege the president had, and obviously that was something that was expansively invoked by Donald Trump, but you're saying if he had an executive privilege, it was waived when he turned over the written transcript. But does that argument depend on the written transcript being a faithful transcription of the oral statements? If so, it would seem to defeat the point. I mean, let's say if they're really different, then he's asserting executive privilege presumably for the 0.001% of it that hasn't been turned over yet, right?
So I get what you're saying, but I would say that if the transcript is different, that's all the more reason to get the audio or the audio visual of it so we can see if the transcript meets the audio visual. But the fact, are you implying that the transcript was doctored?
No, but that's the paranoid theory that's been floated today by some people, but no, I think that's ridiculous. In other words, I think those two arguments cut against each other. The idea that the privilege has been waived depends on the idea that the written transcript is actually a faithful record of what was spoken. And I haven't seen any evidence, certainly, that there's any difference in the two. So, you know, I think we are really splitting hairs here. I mean, it's kind of an amazing thing that we would think about holding the Attorney General of the United States in contempt for not giving the audio version when we have all these people walking around who've never given any testimony at all in answer to subpoenas, and it doesn't seem to trouble, you know, at least your side of the aisle.
No, I get your argument, but I mean, again, if you've already handed over the transcript itself, I would still argue that you've already waived the privilege of then holding on to the audio visual of the transcript. I mean, that's just my understanding. I understand you're saying we're splitting hairs here, but Ms. Hageman?
Yes, a couple of things. To conflate the outcome of the two cases between Hunter Biden and President Trump is an absolute absurdity. It's also an absurdity to claim that the outcome in one case with Hunter Biden being convicted today is reflective of the viability or legality of what happened in New York is also absolutely absurd. So I wanted to I wanted to point that out.
Can you explain
to say
why?
That these two, I think that the facts are very clear in the record in terms of the differences between the two cases. And
To
how
the
they
juries, it was very
and the
clear.
legal- and the legal basis for
Yeah,
both.
and in both cases,
Asking about the privilege and waiver. And it seems as though my colleagues on the other side believe that a privilege or a waiver is based upon a word-by-word basis, and the extent to which they may have waived any kind of a claim of privilege for the words that were included in the transcript, they would still be able to claim a privilege for the words that were left out, and that's what we're trying to get to with the audio, is also a legal absurdity. That is not the way that privilege or waiver either one work. What it is when you waive the subject matter, then you waive the subject matter. You have waived your ability to claim a privilege for those issues. You're not able to use privilege as both a sword and a shield and say, well, I'm going to release these 4 words, but I'm not going to release these 16 words. These 16 words are privileged, but these 4 words I will give to you, and there's a waiver. What a court would rule in that regard is, to the extent the 16 words relate to the 4 words, it's a waiver of the entire thing, because they're not going to allow you to use privilege as both a sword and a shield, which is what my colleagues on the other side seem to imply. I'd like to read 3 quotes from the Hur report that put the issue that you have raised, Mr. Reschenthaler, front and center here about Mr. Biden's cognitive abilities and why the audio is so critically important. Quote, Mr. Biden's memory was significantly limited both during his recorded interviews with the ghostwriter in 2017 and in his interview with our office in 2023. That's on page 5, I believe. Quote, we have also considered that at trial, Mr. Biden would likely present himself to a jury, as he did during our interview with him, as a sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. That is on page 6. Similar quote on page 219 of the report. And finally, Mr. Biden's memory also appeared to have significant limitations, both at the time he spoke to Zwanitzer in 2017, as evidenced by their recorded conversations, and today as evidenced by his recorded interview with our office. That's at page 207. I'd like to bring this back to actually what the purpose of this hearing is, which is our oversight responsibilities, both as the Judiciary Committee as well as the Oversight Committee. That's what this is all about. And I would say it's very obvious that the point of the other side is to deflect attention. They want to deflect attention from the fact that Joe Biden had unlawfully kept classified materials and shared them with his ghostwriter, for example. They want to deflect attention from the fact that clearly the audio and the written transcript are different, and that those differences might be incredibly significant in terms of our oversight responsibilities. It's clear under the Constitution, it's clear under the case law that judiciary and oversight have the authority to obtain information such as this in carrying out our responsibilities as the legislative branch. That is really the only issue that is before this committee today. All this other nonsense, all this other noise, all these other words that are being thrown against the wall are entirely irrelevant as to whether we're entitled to this information, and if so, by withholding it, should Merrick Garland be held in contempt of Congress? And the fact is that he should, because there is no executive privilege. Even regardless of the transcript, there is no executive privilege for the information we're seeking, number one. And number two, if there was, it has been waived, and we're entitled to receive the information, the audio that we have requested. With that, I yield back.
Thanks, Ms. Hageman. Mr. Nadler?
I want to point out that the Hur report, contrary to the insinuations of the gentlelady from Wyoming, repeatedly states that he did not indict Biden because the evidence of a crime just did not exist. Some sample quotes on page 4 of the Hur report, quote, "We do not believe evidence is sufficient to indict," unquote. Page 6, there are, quote, "innocent explanations," unquote, as to why Biden retained classified documents. Page 8, "We do not, however, believe this evidence would meet the government's burden at trial," close quote. As I said before, that is why the special prosecutor declined to indict President Biden, as he states here, and that is why any reference to the president's alleged cognitive ability is gratuitous, because it has really nothing to do with this. I would like, however, to the gentlelady from Wyoming a moment ago said that there were clear differences between the way the Hunter Biden trial was conducted, and the legitimacy of that trial, and the illegitimacy of the Donald Trump trial in New York. Maybe she'd enlighten us as to the difference?
I'd be happy to, but I do not understand why that would be at all relevant to the
Because you brought
discussion
it up.
that we're having today. But I'm happy to have that debate
Please.
with you any day of the week.
Please.
But I just don't think that that's relevant to what we're discussing.
Well, you brought it up, so
I mean,
why
we
don't
can,
you
we
explain
can
it?
start with the
You said it was
judge, the
absurd.
judge-
Wait, hold on, Ms.
All right,
Hageman.
we can start with the judge that was handpicked rather than randomly chosen, which is typical in most of your court cases. You can talk about the fact that you talked about unanimity of verdict. We don't even know what the verdict was at this point in terms of what he was allegedly convicted of unanimously. We can talk about the fact that almost every single ruling that was made by Judge Merchan in New York was against the defense, despite the fact that when you're dealing with a criminal case, there's either typically much more of a balance, or in fact to ensure that the prosecution actually meets its burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt, most of the rulings would be in favor of the criminal defendant, not in favor of the prosecution. It's in the fact that the expert witness, who is the former head of the Federal Election Commission, was excluded from testifying as an expert witness in the case in New York, despite the fact that he has been qualified as an expert witness to testify on these matters throughout the entire United States. It is the fact that there were other witnesses that were excluded. There was substantial evidence, prejudicial evidence, that was admitted during the course of the trial. And then when you look at what happened with Hunter Biden, the prosecution was very precise, very specific about the nature of the statute that was at issue and how he violated it. And then they brought in the evidence from the family members, the ex-wife, the girlfriend, the Beau's widow, the young girlfriend, all of the testimony, him reading the book, all of the testimony. The evidence was overwhelming that Hunter Biden had violated the specific statute at issue. So there's dramatic differences in terms of how the New York case was handled versus how the case against Hunter Biden was handled. If you'd like to spend another 3 or 4 hours, we can go outside and I can give you additional evidence to that effect.
All right, I just want to refocus. So I started the line of questions with this. It looks like I'm going to end it with this. I really think we've got to refocus everything on the one question that's before us, and that is, can the executive branch defy a subpoena that is lawfully issued and is also valid? I would make the argument that the answer to that is no, and I think that's the one issue. But The chairman has been incredibly generous with his time to me, so I'm going to go ahead and yield back, but I'd like to thank all the witnesses for being here.
Gentleman yields back. Chair thanks the gentleman. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for questions.
Thank you. We've covered a lot of ground and very little of it relevant to the question before the Rules Committee today or the question that was presented so spectacularly to Oversight and Judiciary a couple of weeks back. We've had a year and a half of investigations, depositions, written testimony, hundreds of thousands of pages of documents, and House Republicans have not turned up any evidence of wrongdoing by the president or his associates. And it's quite a contrast. I mean, there are no impeachable offenses by a man who has lived his entire adult life in the glare of public life. It's been decades. And of course, this is a marked contrast to the former president who spent decades shirking the law and his tax obligations with shady real estate deals, and whose criminal conduct became glaringly apparent when he stepped out of those shadows, and his lack of respect for the rule of law and for constitutional norms. And it is that contrast and its political implications that seem to have brought us here today. We've seen over the last year and a half, we've seen one conspiracy theory after another get shot down or evaporate when it was exposed to the light of day. But our Republican colleagues have doubled down on those theories, including some pretty spectacular ones today, wasting the time and money of 3 separate congressional committees on a wild goose chase that has not turned up anything. So after all these failures, they've manufactured this crazy controversy to try to kick around the Attorney General and to justify this baseless contempt resolution. It's another desperate attempt to save face after, if it weren't so sad, it would be ridiculous, but after a failed investigation, there is no crime, there is no wrongdoing, there are no impeachable offenses, but it's an election year. And as some of our colleagues on this committee have said, Republican majority hasn't accomplished anything. So here we are, there's no legitimate legislative purpose for forcing the DOJ to turn over audio tapes of its interviews with President Biden. It has the transcript, which was certified by the Trump appointee special counsel as being a true and accurate transcript of those interviews, although we're now hearing today some suggestion that somehow it's not. So it's painfully obvious, especially given some of the doctoring that we saw just this weekend of presidential remarks and videos and such. This is to distract. This is to distort. This is to push out more lies. And the repetition of the lies doesn't make them any less untrue. So it's a waste of congressional time. It's a waste of taxpayer dollars to continue pushing these charades. Representative Raskin, we just heard some pretty spectacular statements about this push to hold the Attorney General in contempt being a matter of oversight, although it's allegedly with respect to this crazy impeachment effort. Do you have any comment?
Well, I'm sorry my friend Mr. Reschenthaler is not here, because I take him to be a really serious lawyer. And his assertion is that we can hold, or we should hold, in contempt any Attorney General or President of the United States, for that matter, or cabinet member who withholds any document. I just want to know, both retroactively with respect to the more than 100 investigations where Donald Trump stonewalled Congress, whether he believes that contempt properly was in play there, and he would have supported contempt against President Trump, and whether he would support contempt in the future against any president who has a disagreement. A lot of these are substantive arguments being made about executive privilege, but of course, presidents, White Houses of both Democratic and Republican prominence assert executive privilege all the time. Should we be holding the president in contempt every time there's a disagreement over executive privilege? Of course, Donald Trump did it in the Mazars case, and he lost that case when we finally went to the Supreme Court. We didn't hold him in contempt In the meantime, we're still trying to get documents that we were granted under the Mazars case. This would be a great opportunity for Mr. Chairman, who's a newfound champion of transparency and light and disclosure, to announce today that he will turn over all of the documents that he's cooperated with Trump's lawyers in suppressing from Mazars. And I wonder whether he would feel at this point all of those Mazars documents should be turned over. And this is not a joke. This is for real stuff. And why does it have to be a partisan question? So there might be some interesting issues raised in court about the difference between a written or an audio transcript. I'm not convinced by what they're saying, but I do think it is truly absurd to say it rises to the level of holding the Attorney General of the United States in contempt when they were defending a president who blocked more than 100 different investigations, including an impeachment investigation, which is perhaps the most serious power we wield, because that's how we control presidents who engage in high crimes and misdemeanors and corrupt attacks on the U.S. Constitution.
Well, and as famously as we know, that impeachment in part hinged upon the fact that the then president refused to answer questions, refused to show up and cooperate.
Well, it's like in his case, I'm struck by Ms. Hageman's remarks because I'm actually amazed at the similarities between these two cases. Both Joe Biden, both Hunter Biden and Donald Trump were given the presumption of innocence. Both were given a jury trial. Both had a right to counsel, which they exercised by paying for exceptional private counsel. Both of them had a right to testify. Neither of them chose to testify, including Donald Trump, who now wants to testify to the world about how the fix was in and it was rigged and all that stuff, but he wasn't willing to get up on the stand and testify about why he didn't do it. No, he didn't want to do that. Fair enough, he exercised his constitutional right. Both of them had a right to jury trial, and both of them had a right to unanimous verdict. And in both cases, the jury unanimously found, in Trump's case, that he was guilty on 34 different counts, and in Hunter Biden's case, that he was guilty on 3 different counts. Now, Ms. Hageman made a series of what are essentially appellate arguments. For example, she says that this or that witness should have been allowed to testify beyond the domain that the judge allowed him to testify. For example, Brad Smith was allowed to testify within a certain range, but not on irrelevant things. Now, she says, it should have been the full 100 yards of the football field and not the 20 yards that he was allowed to testify on. Great, that's an appellate argument. Ms. Hageman sounds like an excellent criminal defense appeals lawyer, but is it grounds for attacking the rule of law in America and the system of justice in New York, much less the federal system of justice, which had nothing to do with it? And they're deliberately confusing people about that. Hunter Biden was prosecuted by federal prosecutors in federal court. Donald Trump was prosecuted in that particular case in state court by state prosecutors. I thought state law and the federalist system was something they supported, but apparently not. Not if it goes against Donald Trump. They're willing to just throw the whole thing out the window. But those are just appellate arguments, and Donald Trump, as far as I know, is going to exercise his right to appeal. So I'm happy, to go outside with you, Ms. Hageman, and you can give me 3 hours of description of what the appellate arguments are going to be, but ultimately an appellate court is going to sort it out. I'm a little bit more interested in just the rule of law and in justice. I'll quote a former colleague of ours, Liz Cheney, who was the head of the Republican conference, and she said, "At this moment, we're confronting a domestic threat that we've never faced before. That is a former president who's attempting to unravel the very foundations of our constitutional republic." I don't know if you guys remember Liz Cheney, but she said, "Republicans cannot both be loyal to Donald Trump and loyal to the Constitution at the same time," she said. So that's in honor of a very distinguished Republican colleague, former colleague of ours.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. You raised some interesting points. I mean, this whole process here, the 3 committees, the relentless search for nothing, apparently, really has smacked of political theater. And you raised the point that, if this is about oversight and enforcing congressional subpoenas, how can it not be a partisan effort when they dropped enforcement of the subpoenas for Jim Jordan, for a host of people who allegedly conspired with the president to try to subvert the election results on January 6th.
Yeah.
I mean, they've dropped all of that enforcement.
You know, I mean, we don't have to be naive about partisanship. Partisanship is built into our constitutional system. It's an expression of constitutional health that people have a right to participate, to form political parties, to, you know, express themselves in that way. And, you know, on behalf of our colleagues, they would probably say that Jim Jordan and Scott Perry and Andy Biggs and so on, that they had whatever legal arguments they wanted to raise against being subpoenaed there, okay? But so does the Attorney General of the United States. So they would have opposed a contempt motion against Jim Jordan or Andy Biggs or Mo Brooks or Kevin McCarthy. But why would they support a contempt motion when there's a reasonable difference of view about whether an audio tape and a transcript serve the same function, especially when this Attorney General and his administration have gone way beyond whatever any of our GOP colleagues did in terms of complying with a subpoena, and way beyond whatever Donald Trump ever did in terms of complying with the subpoena. So we all are partisans here. We don't have to play make-believe about that, but we at least should try to adhere to some basic principles as opposed to just turn on and turn off our principles according to whether it's going to affect the Democrats or the Republicans.
Thank you. I think at this point, I'd yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back to her. Thanks, the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also am interested in the rule of law. And I have Chairman Comer, was the subpoena duly issued?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Did Attorney General Garland ignore that?
Yes.
So that's what we're talking about today.
Yes, ma'am.
That should be our laser focus.
That's why I'm here.
And I appreciate that. Because I think if you're tuning in for bits and pieces of this, you miss the whole point that we have one thing in front of us. And I will tell you, I was interested when when I came in and Mr. McGovern said this is a waste of time. But I remember sitting on that side of the desk, and 3 or 4 times we had rules like this holding someone in contempt, and so I appreciate. I was not going to ask any more questions. I just wanted to make a statement.
But can I comment?
Certainly.
Thank you. The President has exerted executive privilege in this case. And the proper means is to contest the validity of the executive privilege in court, not to pursue a contempt against the Attorney General or anyone else. When executive privilege is asserted, it may be valid, it may not, that's up to a court.
Well, I find this incredibly just ridiculous because they have the transcript. All they are asking for is the videotape, and you're defending somehow that this videotape is then protected by executive priwilege. It seems ridiculous.
That's an interesting argument for the court.
Okay, but it seems ridiculous that we are at a point here where that the videotape is not just released, and we have the transcript, and surprising that it didn't come together, that they weren't, in many cases. But I just wanted to make the statement that we need to focus on what we are talking about here so that the American people understand, and I know there's lots of talking points and there's all kinds of things, the American people need to understand this is about a duly issued subpoena that was ignored, and that is what we are talking about today.
Excuse me, it
And
was
with
not
that,
ignored,
I yield back.
executive privilege was asserted.
With compliance.
And I yield back.
Sure, thanks, the gentlelady. Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
You know, I've sat here for 2 hours, probably going to be 3 or 4, and listened to these smoke screens that my friends on the other side of the aisle are saying. They bring up the trial of Donald Trump, convicted felon. Really? By a judge that is a known anti-Trumper? You bring out Mr. Nadler, I've got the floor. If you're going to interrupt, Mr. Chairman, call him down when he interrupts. It's my time, and then I'll let you respond, but I'm tired of this. You talk over everybody. It's so rude of you. But look, you bring up the smokescreen of Hunter Biden. I think we're here to talk about a video. Hunter Biden It is kind of, strange. A gun charge? What about the fake LLCs that he's gotten money from China? What about the millions he got in paintings? We don't know who contributed to him. What about, you can name a lot of other charges, but we're not talking about that. And I'm tired of these smoke screens. You're talking about miscarriage of justice. It really is. And Ms. Hagerman, you bring up a very good point, the fact that we're to trust what they say, that the transcript is real, and the audio has no bearing on it. I don't understand, as our chairman said, they're putting up a fight to prevent the American people from hearing the video and using these lame excuses about that Jordan altered some tape somewhere. I don't know how you alter a audio tape. Can you tell me who has got the audio tape? And I think the chairman had a valid point. Do they still exist? This administration is lawless when it comes to obeying the law.
What I can say is that the information was gathered by Mr. Hur, being the investigator in this, through the Department of Justice. And that's why the action has been brought against Merrick Garland, because Merrick Garland is the one that has the audio tape, is my understanding. Now, I could be corrected on that, but that has been my assumption, because he was the person who appointed Mr. Hur to conduct this investigation. And I believe that the report was directed to him. So that has been my assumption throughout this, that they would have the audio tape, and they released the transcript.
So if he doesn't have it, or if he's destroyed it, that's a serious, or if they alter it or omit or whatever they do with it. But are you comfortable, you or Mr. Comer, do y'all feel the tape still exists? Because they're going to a big extreme to defer and try to prevent the American people from hearing it.
Well, all I can say on their behalf is I sure hope so.
Mr. Comer, Ms. Nalla, I'll get to you. Let me just.
It's my hope, and it's my understanding that they still exist. Hopefully, they didn't disappear like the cocaine at the White House. Hopefully, they're still in existence and haven't been destroyed.
Ms. Nalla, you want to, in a quick way, respond to it?
There is no reason to believe that the tapes don't still exist. I would point out again that the President has asserted executive privilege, and the proper forum for disputing the executive privilege is in court, not by a contempt citation. Once the President asserted executive privilege, it's not up to the Attorney General, Mr. Garland, to present the tape or not. It's up to whoever wants the tape, in this case the committee, to go to court and contest the executive privilege. I'd also want to point out on a separate matter that Ms. Hageman brought up, that Hunter Biden was tried and convicted by a jury of his peers.
It's not about Hunter Biden.
Well,
this is about the tape, Ms. Nalla.
She brought up a number of things, and that the president, or the former president, was convicted by a jury of his peers, and the questions she brings, and by the way, he made evidentiary rulings for the defense and against the defense. And whether his evidentiary rulings were correct, whether his decision to exclude certain witnesses was correct, will be decided on appeal in the appellate division or maybe in the Court of Appeals of the State of New York. And it's perfectly legitimate to question that, but it's not legitimate to question the legitimacy of the trial, because those questions are appellate questions and will be answered by the appellate court.
Well, it didn't work with Richard Nixon. Once it was out, the transcript was out, he couldn't claim executive privilege. But I guess that's why the major news outlets are suing, to get something that you're trying to hide, that you don't want the American people to see. It's really an insult to the American people that you're going to these links, having all these words about all these other trials that have nothing to do with this. Let me run down the timeline, and this is something I don't understand. Chairman Mr. Comer, you on February 12th, you sent a letter requesting all the documents and communications, including the videos, including the autos. On February 16th, the DOJ responded to you stating that they were being gathered. On February 27th, the Judiciary and Oversight Committee issued identical subpoenas to Garland for relevant information about the transcripts and about the audio. The return date was March 7th, and then the DOJ produced an incomplete set of documents comprising only correspondence exchange, no audio. On March 9th, the committee notified the DOJ that its production was inadequate, and as an accommodation, you offered to extend the date of production for the audio to March 11th at 3 o'clock. On March 11th, the DOJ informed the committee that documents were undergoing review by the agency, interagency, and they would not meet the committee's deadline. Why is he getting extension after extension? I don't think Steve Bannon got that. I don't think Peter Navarro got that.
And I think you've demonstrated factually the great lengths we've gone to try to work with them to help them comply. It shouldn't take any time, but we've gone to great lengths. We've gone above and beyond to make it as convenient as possible for them to turn over those tapes which we lawfully subpoenaed.
And then on April 15th, the committee did respond, just said they were not going to produce them. Didn't have to. That is such a, what are the consequences? What do you think? And I think we will vote this out of committee, and I hope the House will pass this. What's the consequences for Garland doing this? Will he be going to jail, or will he get off?
We've seen Merrick Garland has held others accountable for being held in contempt of Congress. So we'll see what happens. He has set a precedent. Merrick Garland set a precedent of going after people who Congress has held in contempt for not complying with subpoenas.
It's just, isn't that complicated? Audio doesn't lie. Audio, he either said it, and they're going to these links to smokescreen everything else to try to prevent this to delay. Real quickly, Mr.
I just want to point out, when you talk about the smokescreen, that the senior-most career official at DOJ, a fellow named Brad Weinsheimer, submitted a declaration stating that he listened to every word of the audio files and, quote, the interview transcripts are accurate transcriptions of the words of the interview contained in the audio recording. That's on paragraph 14 of the Weinsheimer Declaration. So the allegation of the transcripts were altered in any way.
Mr. Allen, what's that got to do with, what is that man's, his interpretation of the audio and the transcript, what's that got to do with anything? This is just releasing the tapes, let other people. Why are all the news networks having to sue to get Garland to come?
As I said before, the reason that there is a hesitation about giving the audio to the Judiciary Committee is that the Judiciary Committee has previously altered audios to produce, in effect, fake versions of Ms.
We're not talking about that.
Well, we are talking about that because there is a fear that if the audio was given to the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan or the people working for him, will alter that audio as they did for Ms. Jankowicz's audio and produce inaccurate audios.
Ms. Hagan, can you respond to that?
Sure, that accusation is untrue.
Well, thank you for bringing this. This is an embarrassment, to be honest with you. This is an embarrassment with what they're doing. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Representative Hageman, did you have anything you wanted to add to the testimony here, or anything you want to respond to?
No, I think that we've pretty much covered the issues that are relevant and then some.
Chairman Comer, do you have anything else to add?
No, I think that, we're here for the purpose of holding the Attorney General in contempt for not complying with a lawful subpoena. And I think it's pretty cut and dry.
Thank you. I have no questions then.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I go back to what Ms. Fishbach said, and her question, were the subpoenas legal? Were they legally authorized?
Yes, sir.
Were they complied with?
No, sir.
There are no other questions to me. And so I would suggest that before the vote is put on the floor, that Merrick Garland, if he complies with the subpoenas, then we not push forward with the vote at that stage. But I want to say this about how disingenuous it is of people who have been to law school admitted by a bar, I assume, to say that a conviction in a state court is the same as a conviction in a federal court. If Donald Trump's jury pool had come from the Southern District of New York, where the jury pool would have been from 8 counties, I would suggest to you that he would have had a jury pool where he would have had a chance. But that man, when in Manhattan, that put him before that jury pool, knew that Donald Trump was not going to get a chance. That any honorable prosecutor would have allowed that case to be moved to a venue where the person would have had a fair shot. So I don't know, Mr. Nadler, I'm not, I listen to you make excuses. I listen to you say, well, the reason, let me see, what was it you said? The reason to withhold is that it might be, someone might change it. Well, they might not want to release the thing. I'm not aware of the person who's being subpoenaed having the choice to comply or not to comply with the subpoena. Okay, Mr. Nadler, do you have a choice? Well, I want you to answer this question. If you were subpoenaed, do you have a choice not to comply with the subpoena?
You do not, unless the president has asserted executive privilege, and then it's got to be decided in court. What I wanted to comment on was what you said about the trial in New York. The trial was conducted by a New York County prosecutor in New York County because it was a violation of state law, not federal law. Now, he may have violated federal law too, but that wasn't alleged.
But I'll reclaim my time, but the two of you on the Democratic side have acted as if that conviction in a very limited jury pool would be the same as conviction. If it had been in a federal court, the jury pool would have been pulled from 8 counties in that. Would you at least agree with me that if it had been in federal, it would have been 8 counties?
Yes, I would
Okay,
simply
and would you
observe-
agree with me there's a difference in pulling from a jury pool of 8 counties and pulling from one that, you know, even.
I would simply point out that the defense had every opportunity to exercise its challenges in the voir dire, and that the 12 jurors who were picked were ultimately agreed upon by the defense and the prosecution.
That's, you know as well as I do that that's a, when you're agreeing to something from bad to worse, you know, I mean, President Trump didn't have a chance with that jury pool. And the bottom line is this: he's going to be President Trump again.
Maybe.
And that's why y'all are so scared of him. And that's why y'all are going to great lengths. I personally, Mr. Chairman, I don't think we need the audio tape. I think every time Joe Biden goes on TV, we see what Mr. Hur concluded. He's a well-meaning elderly man that probably doesn't have his wits about him. And with that, I'll yield back.
He's not talking about sharks and electric
Chair, thanks, the gentleman.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. What was that, Mr. McGovern?
He's not talking about sharks and electric boats.
I don't think he knows what he's talking about.
That was Trump, by the way.
Seeing no further members wishing to ask questions, I want to thank this panel. Mr. Raskin, I always feel like I should put in for continuing legal education every time you come and testify.
Credit granted.
We miss you up here, and witnesses are excused. So it's custom of the committee to bring forward 6 members at a time to expedite testimony. So I'm going to ask Mr. Carter, Mr. Grothman, Dr. Winstrup, Burgess Owens, and Rich McCormick to come to the witness table.
Good. Hope you are.
Mr. Carter, you're recognized to speak on your amendments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity, and I want to start off by thanking the House Armed Services Committee for their work in crafting this bill and improving the lives of our service members and providing for the support for the spouses of service members. I've got 6 amendments that I'm proposing here. All of them are straightforward. All of them are common sense, and I think all of them deserve consideration. First of all, Amendment number 221 is NOAA's North Atlantic Right Whale Vessel Speed Rule. I'm sure that all of you are familiar with this. This has to do with the speed limits that are being proposed on boats between 35 to 65 foot. They want to have, how you enforce speed limits out on the water is beyond me, but nevertheless, they want them to adhere to 10 knots per hour, which would come out to be about 11.5 miles per hour. And it would devastate recreational fishing. It would devastate the whole commercial recreational fishing along the Atlantic coast, including in the state of Georgia, where I have the honor and privilege of representing the entire coast of Georgia, over 100 miles of pristine coastline. Let me make it clear that we want to protect the right whales. We understand this. No boater goes out thinking, oh, I wish I would hit a right whale. They don't want to hit a right whale. They want to make sure that they avoid them at all costs. There is technology available now that will allow them to do this without imposing this rule. And that's why I'm proposing this. This is a bipartisan agreement that we can protect the endangered right whales without harming our ports. It would also have a negative impact on our ports, on our harbor pilots. The economic engine of the southeastern United States is Georgia Ports Authority. It would have a negative impact on them. What the amendment would do would delay this rule for a year, allowing us to explore those technological solutions. So that's the First Amendment. The second one, 529, the Combat Readiness Training Centers, the CRTCs. We have 4 in this country. One of them is being proposed to be closed down. That is in my district in Savannah, Georgia. We don't need to be closing down any CRTCs. The world is on fire, and this is a short-sighted and I think a very boneheaded move on behalf of the administration to suggest that we close this down. The CRTCs play a major role in global power projection, and I'm very fortunate to have one in my hometown of Savannah. I also want to thank Mr. Ezell from Mississippi for co-sponsoring this amendment to prevent any cuts to any of the 4 CRTCs across the country. Amendment number 3 is Amendment number 681, State Strategic Stockpile Amendment. Mr. Chairman, you're very familiar with this. You all know that we have federal stockpiles. This will not replace the federal stockpiles, but instead it will supplement the federal stockpiles. States have specific needs in the way of medications, in the way of drugs. This would extend this program to finance these state stockpiles so that we can continue on with them and that the states would have their specific needs met as well. The fourth one I have is Amendment number 728. It's the TRICARE Pharmacy Amendment. That would require any pharmacy benefit manager, any PBM, that contracts with TRICARE to meet minimum network adequacy standards and the reimburse pharmacies on reasonable and relevant terms based on Medicaid pharmacy reimbursement rates. What is happening now is that the company that has been awarded this contract, Express Scripts, has been diverting patients to their own mail order pharmacies. They've been cutting out independent retail pharmacies, which really does impact veterans who have a relationship with their independent retail pharmacies and now are being inconvenienced by not being able to go there. It would simply say that they have to reimburse them accordingly with the others that they reimburse as well. In 2022 alone, approximately 15,000 independent pharmacies were excluded from the TRICARE Pharmacy Network. In fact, on April 22nd of this year, Epic Pharmacies, which consist of approximately 1,100 independent pharmacies, were dropped from the network. This would prohibit this from happening. That's at the least that our veterans deserve. The next, the fifth amendment that I have is amendment number 220, critical mineral extraction. As you know, I chair the subcommittee on critical materials in the Energy and Commerce Committee. This would give our allies as well as our country the ability to look and see how we can better extract critical minerals from our country. We have an abundance of them here. We need to process them. We need to make sure that we are mining them here, and we need to make sure that our allies are, so that we would end our dependence on our adversaries such as China and Russia. The Sixth Amendment is the amendment number 534, Underseas Cables in NDAA amendment. That was submitted to exempt undersea cables from the National Marine Sanctuary Act special use permit requirements due to national security concerns. This is very important. What they are having to do is to congregate these together in order to miss some of these marine sanctuaries. This raises a national security concern, because we are susceptible then to our adversaries being able to attack these, which would have a negative influence, of course, on our country, and that's something that we need to do. This would, my amendment would help increase the resiliency, the redundancy, and the security of submarine cables by ensuring a greater diversity of routes and less regulatory burdens during deployment and maintenance. Finally, amendment number 594, which I am a co-sponsor of, is the CFAX reauthorization. That is the Chemical Facility Anti-Terrorism Standards Program. It has expired. It needs to be reauthorized. Companies want this. They want to have the ability to use the FBI's database and to partner with the Department of Homeland Security for expertise on protecting their facilities from cyber and physical threats. And along with Representative Laurel Lee, we would reauthorize the CFATS program, and I'm proud to partner her on this. And that is all I have, Mr. Chairman.
The Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Mr. Grothman, you're recognized to speak on your amendment. Yes, summarize them as best you're able.
There we are. Is that right? Awfully big. At least we are told that you can save from $3 to almost $6 billion if you switched from military positions to civilian employees. And so there's my first amendment, switch the 340,000 positions mentioned earlier with a cost savings of $13 to $24 billion. Secondly, we've Amendment 523 requires the department to issue a report to Congress that includes the results of any safety investigation pertaining to a crash or other mishap involving a rotor or tilt rotor aircraft. This is in response to the accidents involving the Air Force V-22 Osprey based in Japan, which crashed during a training set in November 23, killing all 8 members. The department grounded it for 3 months. But it's been grounded 2 more times since then. Since 1992, there have been over a dozen Osprey crashes that have killed over 50 service members. All fatalities involving the aircraft have happened during training exercises and not the result of enemy fire. We'll skip to number 617. We'd like to instruct the GAO to submit to Congress a comprehensive study on the fiscal and national security impacts of reducing the aircraft carrier fleet by 1 carrier. This is something I've tried to get here before. A lot of times you guys leave it out. But it seems when they have war games, the aircraft carriers don't do very well. I mean, the aircraft carriers were a big deal in the Battle of the Midway, but talk about fighting the last war. It seems to me when we have war games, they don't last long. I think in today's world, with rockets, today's world with drones, the idea of having these big aircraft carriers out of there, we got to look whether that's necessary or whether we might be better spending the money more wisely somewhere else. I think an aircraft carrier is great for sitting in the Red Sea off of Yemen, I don't think it's so great if you were actually in an armed conflict with China. Amendment 648 requires quarterly reports from the department to Congress on any instances of foreign actors infiltrating or attempting to infiltrate a military installation. We frequently deal with this in my subcommittee on oversight, and right now I don't think the public is adequately alarmed when people do slip in or get near military bases. In September 23, the Wall Street Journal reported the Chinese Communist Party spies gained or tried to gain access to U.S. military bases and sensitive sites at least 100 times in the past few years. Chinese nationals have infiltrated a U.S. Army test range, accessing numerous missile sites and using drones to surveil the grounds. Congress ought to know about this. I think then we maybe ought to do a follow-up, find out how these folks got in this country. Finally, Amendment 719 ensures personnel decisions are based solely on individual merit or demonstrated performance and expands the definition of personnel decisions to include assignment, termination, and discharge. We ought to be basing things on merit. And I guess we'll try to do what our chairman wants. There's a brief summary. You can read about it longer if you want on all my amendments. Good. You all just listen to Congressman Burgess. You'll be in good shape.
Dr. Winstrup, you're recognized to speak on your amendments.
Thank you, Chairman Burgess, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the full committee. Thank you for this opportunity today to testify with amendments regarding the fiscal year 2025 NDAA. I'd like to discuss these amendments I think are necessary for this committee to consider for this NDAA. First, I'd like to see amendment number 712 in this NDAA. Why? Because it speaks to retention and readiness of our military medical personnel. This amendment would revise the Defense Health Agency's policy regarding credentialing and privileging under the military health system to include certifying boards that are recognized by organizations such as the American Board of Medical Specialties, the Bureau of Osteopathic Specialists of the American Osteopathic Association, the American Board of Foot and Ankle Surgery, certain medical boards, and the American Board of Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery. The goal is to recognize board certifications that may indicate a level of capability geared for the operational mission sets. Not just your degree, but what have you done further. Recruiting and retaining the best and brightest physicians of the armed forces is of utmost importance to the health and well-being of our military's greatest asset, our people. Every medical profession serving in uniform must have the knowledge, skills, and abilities needed to serve our people well and engage fully in the operational mission. Today, the military faces a tremendous shortage of physicians and surgeons, and it's essential that those in the armed forces meet the highest possible standard and have the training and certification needed to indicate that they are prepared for service, whether that be here at home or while deployed in the battlefield. The U.S. military must ensure optimal health for our nation's defensive forces. This includes all aspects of healthcare. Congress already recognized the important contribution of podiatrists to serving our nation's veterans by passing legislation as part of the Mission Act in 2018 to ensure that the VHA had all the tools it needed to recruit podiatrists, podiatric physicians and surgeons to work under the Veterans Health Administration. So now Congress needs to do the same thing for DOD to give it the tools it needs to support the healthcare needs of current service members. The Rules Committee found this amendment to be made in order last year, and since then we have worked diligently to refine it to give it the best chance of being made law after the conference process later this year. Another bill, number 1172, amendment that is, podiatric physicians and surgeons to the medical corps. My second amendment is simple. Place podiatric physicians and surgeons in the medical corps within each military department of the U.S. Armed Forces, active and reserve duty, to be on par with doctors of medicine and doctors of osteopathic medicine, similar to the civilian sector and in the VA. Doing so will increase recruitment and retention of the best within this specialty by allowing more appropriate slots for deployments, advancing medical training opportunities for continued professional growth, and more opportunities for promotion. I'm not now or will I ever ask for opportunities not earned. And while still serving here in Congress, and I was serving in the reserves, I was a surgeon at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center. But I was placed in the Medical Service Corps, not the Medical Corps. Ever since I came to Congress, I've worked tirelessly to try and make these changes to create opportunities as other qualified physicians and surgeons have. Podiatrists still in uniform reach out to me frequently about their being denied the opportunity to deploy in roles suitable for their capabilities and leadership roles as well, and to receive or being recognized when achieving advanced professional development training, such as advanced cardiovascular life support, advanced trauma life support courses. For the record, doctors of podiatric medicine, after pre-med in college and taking the MCATs, undergo a 4-year medical school curriculum, fully licensed to prescribe as MDs and DOs, undergo a 3-year surgical medical residency training, complete full physicals, can diagnose anything, and treat within their specialty realm, as all specialists do. How can we expect to recruit and retain certain medical specialists when they are denied the ability for advancement, growth, and service? I got opportunities in my career outside of the Medical Service Corps because I got a chance by people within the Medical Corps that gave me the opportunities that typically did not go to my profession. And I want to thank Congresswoman Terry Sewell from Alabama for joining me on Amendments 712 and 1172. We have a long history of working together in a bipartisan manner, and I appreciate her support. Lastly, number 428, COVID-19 infection and vaccination in the U.S. Armed Forces. I would like to ask the committee to make and order my amendment, number 428, requiring a DOD study on the immune response levels of service members to COVID-19 infection and vaccination. This is about our service members' health and readiness, as well as their faith in the institution charged to protect them. We owe it to our men and women in uniform to understand the performance of the vaccine, the impact of previous infection on the efficacy of coronavirus vaccines, and the results of infection and immunity on the body. Additionally, the research conducted by DOD could play a vital role in informing healthcare decisions, not only for our troops, but for civilians and people around the world. DOD is uniquely positioned to answer many of the questions that service members and civilians alike have about vaccine and natural immunity efficacy. My amendment would help ensure that the DOD is conducting this important and necessary research by requiring a study to test the blood of service members, which is done all the time, to collect data on the immune response generated by the COVID-19 vaccines, as well as prior infection, all along protecting all personal information. I ask that the committee make my amendment in order so that the full House can give its consideration to this important issue. It's time we give full transparency on this topic to the American people and all of our incredible servicemen and servicewomen. And I will note that the committee found this amendment to be made in order during last year's NDAA process. However, parts of the amendment were changed during conference to exclude some of this crucial blood data collection. I urge this committee to make this amendment and my other amendments in order. And thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Wenstrup. Mr. Burgess? I'm sorry, Mr. Owens.
Chairman Burgess. Burgess Caucus. Chairman Burgess and Ranking Member McGovern, thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of my amendment, H.R. 2468, the Mountain View Corridor Completion Act. I was pleased to introduce this legislation last year with the support of the Utah's entire congressional delegation. I represent some of the fastest growing counties and the fastest growing state in the union. The transportation infrastructure needs of our growing population is under substantial stress. Like many other growing states in the Intermountain region, Western region, the challenges from rapid growth are many. Adding to this reality is that over 2/3 of the state of Utah is owned or controlled by different federal government agencies. The absolute necessity of connecting communities over and across some of these federal-owned parcels at times create difficulties that require intervention and approval of the U.S. Congress. This bill addresses one of those situations. The Utah Department of Transportation, UDOT, has been anticipating significant population growth for decades, and over the last 15 years began working on a project called the Mountain View Corridor. The corridor connects eastern Utah County and southwestern Salt Lake County It transacts the military training installation of Camp Williams, which is managed by the United States Army National Guard. This existing road serves as the only public access to the headquarters of the Utah National Guard complex. It also provides access to the National Security Agency, NSA, data center. 2/3 of the Mountain Corridor Corridor project has already been completed. The final third will require an acquisition by UDOT of 3 separate irregular parcels of land totaling 36 acres of federal land. This technically is owned by the Bureau of Land Management, BLM. Because these parcels are located inside the existing boundaries of an active military reservation, which was created by a 1914 executive order, BLM does not actively manage these parcels. They're instead managed by U.S. Army National Guard, which do not use nor plan on using it in this land in the future. This bill is in the NDAA because the BLM lacks the authority to transfer the land within a permanent military reservation. Utah National Guard is in full support of the Mountain View Corridor project and has worked extensively with UDOT and BLM on the project's proper alignment. This bill has received both a hearing and a markup in the House Natural Resource Committee and has supported my friend, Chairman Westerman. Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, I urge this committee to make in order this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. All right, Dr. McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chairman Burgess, Ranking Member McGovern, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for having me here today to testify on my amendment to H.R. 8070 and for Service Quality of Life Improvement National Defense Authorization Act of fiscal year 2025. I want to start today by thanking Chairman Mike Rogers, Ranking Member Adam Smith, and members of the Staff Arms Service Committee for crafting this bill, which continues to fight for America's future. My amendment, number 82, would reauthorize already existing U.S.-Mexico border reporting requirements that were enacted as part of the fiscal year 2017 NDAA. Further, it would make the unclassified portions of these reports public and require the state of the border report to include policy recommendations on how to strengthen border security. These reporting requirements are set to expire in fiscal year 2026. And in the middle of this historic border crisis, we need them now more than ever. This amendment is common sense and bipartisan. We need transparency to know just how bad our border crisis is at this time. My next amendment, number 85, would insert the text of H.R. 6602, which revises the interagency dispute resolution process for export license applications. In particular, this bill requires the Operating Committee for Export Policy to resolve disputes related to interagency export license disputes by majority vote, including matters related to countries that are subject to comprehensive U.S. arms embargoes. As it is currently stands, the process favors the Department of Commerce way too much. Just to explain how this works, basically when deciding whether to approve or deny a license to any country, the Bureau of Industry and Security generally consults other agencies to make up the committee in general, such as the Department of Defense, Department of Energy, State, Commerce. They would normally vote on this. Unfortunately, the Bureau of Industry and Security is not required to follow the advice of any of the other agencies, even though they're at the committee. And matter of fact, sometimes they actively ignore the recommendations, which could be a security problem. Because the Department of Commerce is both the chair and a member, this data raises concerns that the Commerce may be abusing its position in approving processes as the operating committee to override any objections from any other department that's at the committee. They can basically unilaterally make a decision without even considering the vote. That's not even the point of having a committee. This bill provides a common sense solution to those dangers. When a license for China or any other nefarious country comes before the operating committee, the decision to approve or deny the license should be based on the majority of all the people in the committee. Common sense, right? Defense, energy, commerce, all those people have legitimate concerns, and if there's a majority of people that have concerns, this is a nonpartisan issue. This is a security issue. It shouldn't be Commerce saying, we're going to do it, I don't really care what you guys say. That's really setting us up for failure. So I hope that we'll make an amendment so that all members have input and that majority actually decides rather than one committee. For H.R. 6602, passed by voice in the House about 2 months ago, this isn't controversial. Amendment number 201 would codify H.R. 8361, the Economic Espionage Prevention Act, which creates a three-pronged discretionary authority to sanction foreign adversary entities that materially support Russia's military and intelligence apparatus, violate U.S. export controls, and steal U.S. intellectual property. We've seen concerning reports that the PRC is filling critical gaps in Russia's defense capabilities, allowing them to reconstitute their military industrial base faster than we believed it was possible. All of this built on the no limits partnership between President Putin and General Secretary Z, declared between each other back in February 2022, days before Russia launched its attack on Ukraine. This is long overdue. We should hold Russians and Chinese accountable for their actions in destabilizing the free world. My next amendment, number 952, would update Section 565, which authorizes the Employment Navigator Pilot Program to provide a coordinated partner that is existing in the ENPP partner for the implementation of such program. I know that's a lot of word salad, but let me explain it just real briefly. This program is critical in aiding service members as they transition out of the military through the TAP program, and hopefully it is not partisan and it would be germane to the NDAA and thank you.
NDAA.
Thank you. My last amendment, number, it takes a couple doctors to say these things. My last amendment, number, sir, I'd like to reclaim my time. My last amendment, number 1060, would prohibit funds from being used by the military service academies to give out degrees and certificates of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Currently, West Point is awarding minors in diversity and inclusion studies, which is not helpful to our mission. We deal in executing a mission of lethality. I think we have always led the way in integration, always been the standard bearer for meritocracy, and if it's not broken, we shouldn't try to fix it. In closing, my amendments will strengthen our national security, enact stricter sanctions on our adversaries, and streamline our export control process. Thank you for your time, and I ask the Rules Committee to strongly make an order McCormick Amendments number 82, 85, 201, 952, and 1060.
Thanks, Dr. McCormick. Appreciate it. All right, last member of this panel is Mr. Moylan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member McGovern. Thank you to the committee as well. Now, I would like to bring your attention to a couple of amendments. First, the special attention to Amendment 725, which is co-sponsored by a bipartisan group of 14 other members. This amendment would extend and expand the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act program, also known as RECA, which expired last Friday. The program may have expired, but the fight does not. And for 34 years, RECA delivered compensation to victims of radiation exposure, victims who did not know about or consent to the dangerous levels of radiation they received. However, since 1990, many other victims across the country were left out of this vital program. Today, we now know of the many areas which were affected but never included. This is why my amendment would expand eligibility and finally deliver relief and compensation to these victims. Next, I have also offered amendments which would authorize the President to award medals of honor to 3 patriots and sons of Guam: Joseph M. Paris, Juan Ogo Blas, and Martin Manglotnia. These 3 Vietnam veterans served our nation honorably during the Vietnam War and are deserving of our country's utmost gratitude and honor. During the Vietnam War, Sergeant Joseph M. Paris and his unit were attacked by snipers near the Cambodian border. Sergeant Paris, without hesitation, shielded his fellow soldiers from the blast of a grenade, absorbing much of the lethal force of the blast. As a result of this attack, Sergeant Paris lost his right eye and severed his right hand. Sergeant Major Juan Blas led an attack with 150 men against an enemy camp in 1969. Sergeant Major Blas' unit took over 800 men, with Blas making 5 solo charges that day. However, during the conflict, Blas was shot in the chest by an AK-47. Despite this, Blas rescued and saved many of his fellow soldiers before being medically evacuated to higher echelon of care. Command Sergeant Major Martin Maglonia was a platoon sergeant during the reconnaissance mission in Vietnam when and his company was attacked by North Vietnamese Army. During this attack, Maglonia was wounded by enemy fire, yet continued to resupply his company, caring for and protecting his fellow soldiers through an hour-long enemy engagement. All of these patriots have received Distinguished Service Cross, and on behalf of a grateful nation, we should honor these men with the nation's highest medal as they're the epitome of inconspicuous gallantry above and beyond the call of duty. Mr. Chairman, thank you. I yield back.
Thanks, Mr. Moreland. I appreciate it. Any of my Republican friends have questions?
I do, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate several of the amendments, but I want to bring particular attention to Mr. Carter's amendment on the right whale and the NOAA's proposed regulation and how far out of bounds it is with what is actually happening on the ground. And my understanding, Mr. Carter, is there have been a total of 5 whales struck since, I believe, 2008. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And their proposal would go all the way from Massachusetts down to the central area in Florida on the Atlantic side. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it would set a speed limit at approximately 11 miles an hour to as far as 90 miles offshore. Is that?
That is correct.
I mean, there are literally millions and millions and millions of fishing trips that will be canceled. And this is an absolute attack from NOAA on the recreational angler. And we saw this from NOAA in the Gulf of Mexico when they shut down the red snapper season and pushed it down to 3 days. And a group of us pressed back, and now the red snapper season, depending on what state you're in, but I think the state of Florida now actually has 100 days because the state scientists were able to prove that the federal scientists were actually wrong in their assessments. And so I very much appreciate the amendment. I would also suggest to you that while I just mentioned red snapper in the Gulf of Mexico, Mr. Carter, how many days is the red snapper season in the Atlantic?
That would be 2. 1, 2.
At most. And you can keep 1 fish. And so NOAA is wanting you to travel 11 miles an hour out to 90 miles offshore for the ability to keep 1 fish, potentially for 2 days. And if the weather's bad, maybe they'll give you another one, and maybe they won't. So I believe, I'm a conservationist. I love to hunt and fish. I believe in protecting our species for the next generation. And those of us who hunt and fish, we want game laws that allow us to go out on the water. We want game laws that are reasonable in protecting species. And, I commend you for your amendment, Mr. Carter, and I hope we're able to do something with that as well as get an Atlantic coast fishing season. There is one other amendment I want to bring attention to, and that is putting the P3s in the Philippines. So, as you know, China is probably our greatest threat, and I don't know I don't have that in front of me for the P3 Orion going into the Philippines. Mr. Moreland, what is your amendment number? Do you know off the?
No, Mr. Scott, I don't have that off the top.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, can you speak to why it would make sense to put P3s in the Philippines? I mean, we have some in Japan, we have some in other areas. These are our sub-hunters. If you'd just like to speak to the issue of the P3 Orion, just why it's important to have that in the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. So currently, we do understand that the Philippines is facing the intrusions of their economic exclusive zone. We got the Chinese ships harassing Philippine vessels using water cannons as a weapon of trying to force the Philippines to relinquish their maritime claims. So maritime patrol aircraft will definitely help the Philippines enforce their claims and view what's occurring from the high seas. It would expedite the process of discovering what's really going on. And the U.S. Navy has almost entirely replaced the P-3 Orion aircraft with the modernized Boeing P-8. However, our surplus aircraft are still an upgrade over their Leonardo ATR-72s aircraft currently operated by the Philippines. So our P-3s would definitely help the Philippines over what they currently have and should help protect their economic zone.
Make sure China knows we're not afraid of them and they don't own that water.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Mr. Scott. Any of my Democratic friends, Mr. McGovern?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I request unanimous consent to insert in the record statements from Rhett Budzinski in support of Amendments 275, 1165, and 725. I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record statements from Representative Doggett in support of his bipartisan amendments 390, 392, and 394. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a statement from Representative Foster in support of Amendments 1011, 982, and 914.
Without objection.
And because I want to thank all the members for being here, and because I am totally dedicated to making sure that anytime you come before the Rules Committee is a totally pleasant and enjoyable experience, I will have no questions. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. Gentlelady from New Mexico.
Well, I'll try to continue the idea of pleasantries, and I'll just want to thank Representative Moreland for coming and presenting the amendment with regards to the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. Since this is such a big issue in New Mexico, I do want to add a little bit of context that what we're looking at here is really trying to make sure that everybody who is impacted by our nuclear testing program, whether they're in Utah, in Guam, in New Mexico, in Tennessee, in Missouri, receive the same kind of compensation that some of the people who were impacted. So this is an issue of making a kind of a justice, making sure that everybody is treated the same. I'd also point out that that it is very much of a bipartisan effort, and that RECA has expired. So downwinder states that were covered, like in Utah, are no longer covered, and we do need to get it extended and expanded. That we are making sure that not just the downwinders, but people who dealt with the radioactive waste, the whole cycle, Missouri, Alaska, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Representative Washington's own district, Washington and Illinois all impacted. And that we also been very willing to work to make sure that the costs of this program are brought down as much as possible given the extent of the harm that was placed. Just one question, Representative Moreland. How important was the nuclear testing program for our national security in the work and how it impacted the Pacific and the place you represent?
Thank you for the question. And well, the Cold War nuclear testing in the Pacific was essentially a strategic and deterrence and the development of our nuclear arsenal. Unfortunately, in the pursuit of national security interests, the federal government exposed its citizens to dangerous levels of radiation. And the RECA program provided that when the United States makes a mistake, it is capable of not only admitting to it, but taking steps to rectify its failures. So these citizens were unwittingly exposed to our pursuit of strengthening our national security, and it must therefore be solemn promise of the government to remedy this grave injustice. So we got to correct what was wrong. Wasn't the folks' fault, and now that we know and we have a better understanding of it, let's fix the matter with the RECA reauthorization. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Moreland. Once again, this is just making sure that everybody impacted is treated the same as I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Ledger Fernandez. I'd like to thank all the witnesses for coming in today, and we'll let you know you're excused. Thanks.
Glad to see you.
All right, I'd like to invite our next panel. We have Ms. Capter, Mr. Stauber, Mr. Green, and Mr. Foster.
I need protection.
All right, I want to thank our witnesses. Ms. Captor, whenever you're ready, I'll yield to you first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Rules Committee. I'm really grateful for this opportunity to testify before your committee today as a member of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee. I have a deep appreciation and enduring interest to ensure that the dedicated men and women of our armed forces have the tools they need, not only to defend our nation, but also, in the amendments I'm going to present, when they return home, that they receive the benefits and recognition that they have earned. Today, I will address two amendments that I'm proposing for inclusion and consideration in the fiscal year 2025 National Defense Appropriations Act. The first is a bipartisan amendment to strike a new service medal entitled the Last Service Member Standing Medal. This amendment directs the Department of Defense to establish and facilitate the issuance of a new service medal that recognizes the exceptional bravery and heroism of the last service member standing. Service medals are a timeless means by which the American people recognize our service members for acts of valor and heroism. However, currently the Department of Defense requires that valor or heroism awards recommendations include at least 2 living witness statements. Astoundingly, this brittle standard can exclude among America's most valorous warriors who find themselves as the last surviving member in a combat instance, such as that of, and this is a story that will be brief, Army Cavalry Sergeant John Eade of Toledo, Ohio. Sergeant Eade, now deceased, was the only survivor, though barely breathing, of the most costly battle of the Vietnam War at Landing Zone Albany in 1965. There's a movie made about the other landing zone, X-ray. We Were Soldiers. He was in the other landing zone. As his company sergeant, he and his colleagues fought to the last soldier standing, literally. His body was found several days later in the dense forest by a U.S. reconnaissance party. Unconscious, bleeding, barely breathing, with an enemy rifle shot through his head, taking out his right eye, damaging his naval passages and throat, with serious grenade wounds and shrapnel in his legs, shoulder, and arms, and with napalm burns across his entire body, he survived. After a year of recovery in a California Veterans Hospital, he returned to Toledo, Ohio. But he suffered his entire life with disabling injuries resulting from his unit being badly outnumbered, engaging in brutal hand-to-hand combat with Vietnamese regulars. That is the People's Army of Vietnam, not the Viet Cong. Tragically, by the end of the battle, he was the sole surviving member of his unit. As a survivor, he got 2 Silver Stars for 2 of his colleagues who were killed. He was awarded 2 Purple Hearts and a Bronze Star with valor for his extraordinary valor. But he was ineligible for higher awards due to a lack of 2 eyewitnesses for heroes like Sergeant Eade. I've asked myself many times how many other Americans might have been in that position who served our nation. Existing regulations simply make no sense to address this gap, recognizing our nation's most wounded and valiant service members. Thus, Representative Judge Carter and I have introduced H.R. 6406, the Last Service Member Standing Medal Act, in November of 2023, and following its passage as a bipartisan amendment, we're looking to the FY24 National Defense Act. I again submit it for inclusion as an amendment to the FY25 NDAA. I also wish to address a second bipartisan amendment to renew the Ukraine Democracy Defense Lend-Lease Act of 2022. This amendment enables a resumption of the previously granted enhanced authority for our president to lend or lease military equipment and weapons to Ukraine in defense of their people and sovereign territory in the face of the illegal and unprovoked Russian aggression. The Ukrainian people are fighting fiercely not just in defense of their homeland, but in defense of liberty herself against the tyranny of Vladimir Putin. As Liberty's shield, together with our allies, we must stand with them against tyranny by providing every avenue of support available, including through the authorities afforded in this amendment. Thank you very much, all of you, for the opportunity to speak today, and towards this end, I seek your committee's authorization to bring these amendments forward to a vote so they might proceed to the House floor for consideration as part of this vital legislation that authorizes funding for our national defense, both at home and abroad. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Capter. Mr. Stauber?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Ranking Member McGovern. This year, I'm offering 10 amendments to H.R. 8070, the Service Member Quality of Life Improvement and National Defense Authorization Act. The topics of these amendments range from job creation and national security to veterans benefits. These amendments will greatly benefit service members and civilian Americans alike, and I strongly urge you to make them in order. My first amendment, number 355, will require the Coast Guard to identify vulnerabilities left by closing down the Coast Guard Station North Superior in Grand Marais, Minnesota, and require the Coast Guard to create a roadmap to address the vulnerabilities identified. Rural America relies on the life-saving work of the Coast Guard just the same as anywhere else. The federal government must make the proper investments in our rural Coast Guard stations so we can avoid tragedies to the best of our abilities. Amendment number 360. This will allow the Navy to solicit contracts from non-home port shipyards for maintenance work should the shipyards meet the Navy's requirement for ship repair work. It is well past time to give the Navy the authority it needs to reduce its maintenance backlog and better address our military readiness. And I know the shipyards in the Great Lakes region stand ready and willing to serve. Amendment 362 will eliminate the enrollment fees for TRICARE Select Service members who retired before January 1st, 2018, and cap the enrollment fees for those who retire afterwards. As a reminder, it was Congress who snuck in a provision to the FY 2017 NDAA to create these new enrollment fees and placed a financial burden on our service members who have sacrificed so much for our country. This amendment will right that wrong. Amendment 365 will require the government to pay small business contractors at least half the cost incurred from a change order contract. By eliminating the unexpected financial burdens of small contractors, we will see more small businesses competing for federal contracts and more economic prosperity in our communities. Amendment 513. This amendment redirects defense-wide research and development funding to demonstrate a high-pressure water jet cut-and-capture system for removing sea-dumped munitions. This technology has been identified by the U.S. Army as the most suitable solution to address the threat posed by munitions off U.S. coastlines. Amendment 1005 directs the Secretary of Defense to issue a report on the effects that limiting domestic iron and steel production has on our defense supply chains, along with the risk of relying on foreign actors. Amendment 1016 ensures that we have a reliable source of steel for our defense needs. The United States has won world wars because of the vast natural resources in my district. Right now, the Secretary of the Interior has taken steps to ban taconite and critical mining development in my district. This amendment would prohibit the Secretary of the Interior from issuing such a withdrawal if the Secretary of Defense finds it would harm the defense supply chain. Amendment 1025, that reverses a 2023 mineral withdrawal in my district, which threatens our national security by furthering our reliance on foreign rivals. America is import reliant on the raw materials we need for everything from fighter jet tracking systems to equipment for our troops. Amendment 1049 would streamline environmental reviews for projects that provide critical minerals for the national defense stockpile. It would do so by requiring the Secretary of Defense to properly consult with the head of agencies participating in the review. In recent years, federal land management agencies have not properly prioritized the environmental reviews of national security interest projects, and many of these projects are delayed indefinitely, leaving us vulnerable. And lastly, Amendment 1148 creates a new categorical exclusion for feasibility studies, pre-feasibility studies, or preliminary market studies for critical mining projects that receive funding from the DoD. For most projects that would be eligible for this new CADEX, cooperating or participating federal agencies are already completing these studies. This CADEX would simply waive duplicative requirements and help the Pentagon source critical minerals to meet our strategic national security needs. I ask that all my amendments be made in order, and Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Stauber. Mr. Green?
Thank you, Mr.
Testing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I commend you and appreciate greatly the time that you put in to hear the many amendments that you will hear. I have 4 amendments, and I'd like to walk through them rather quickly. The first is Amendment number 118-36. This is an amendment honoring the 25th Army Corps. The 25th Army Corps went into Galveston, Texas, before General Gordon Granger. General Gordon Granger went into Galveston to read and issue General Order Number 3, letting the enslaved people know that they had been emancipated pursuant to the Emancipation Proclamation. Unfortunately, history has not made note properly of the heroism of the 25th Army Corps. They were brave persons, but they were also former slaves, about 1,000 of them, who went in to make it possible for General Gordon Granger to read General Order Number 3. I think that this provides us, this NDAA, provides us a great opportunity to accord them the honor that they richly deserve and have earned, the 25th Army Corps. The second amendment is the amendment for the URL, the Universal Residential Loan Application. This loan application has language in it indicating that a person, if you qualify as a veteran, that you may qualify for a VA home loan. The language is below the line where the veteran signs. We'd like to have it elevated above the line, believing that if it is above the line, it is more likely to be seen and acted upon. The next is the Army Sergeant Major Milton Holland. This is Amendment 118-36. Milton Holland was forced into command. All of the officers above him were either killed or injured such that they were incapacitated and could not take command. He took command. He led the troops into battle, and as a result, he was awarded the Medal of Honor. He was also given a battlefield promotion to captain. Well, the Medal of Honor he was able to retain, but once it was discovered that he was a person of color, the battlefield promotion was denied him. I think that we should restore the battlefield promotion that he earned at a battle that cost many lives and allowed him to move forward. This was at Chaffin's Farm. Next, we have one that passed the House but did not pass the Senate. And this is honoring our World War II merchant mariners who were a key link in the supply chain. They have been denied what I believe they richly earned, and they earned it by virtue of putting their lives at risk. Many of them died. They were supplying the forces with the various needs and necessities of life and the necessities to maintain the war. And they were not armed. They were subject to being torpedoed. Many were. Many lost their lives. But they were not given the benefits that other members of the armed forces were given. And I believe that they should receive an authorization to receive benefits, most of them in their 90s now. If we don't do it now, every year that we fail to do this, we lose additional members of the Merchant Mariners Force. And at some point, there won't be anyone to show the kind of appreciation that a great nation should show. So I'm asking that we acknowledge them by allowing this NDAA to indicate that they should be awarded an amount that we have calculated to be about $25,000 per person. And given that there are not that many of them, we're talking about 30 to maybe less than $50 million, depending on who's counting and how you count. But my hope is, and my prayer is, that we will do something to show them the respect that they have earned. This is amendment number 118-36 for the merchant mariners. I think that all of these are worthy of consideration. I would not want to put one above another, but I do talk to the merchant mariners quite regularly, and they make constant appeals for some recognition that they did not receive the home loans, the compensation for unemployment, all of the things that others did. I greatly appreciate you hearing me, and trust that we will get some consideration for all of them, not singling out the merchant mariners, but they have singled me out. So I ask on their behalf. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Green. I appreciate it. Before we get to Mr. Foster, Mr. Stauber has to leave the manager on the floor. So does anybody have questions for Mr. Stauber so we can get him dismissed? All right, seeing no questions. Thank you, Mr. Stauber. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And then, Mr. Mafum, you want to come? Okay. All right, Mr. Foster.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee for allowing me to testify. I'm here to request the committee include the following three provisions in this year's NDAA. First, Amendment 1011 to repeal the prohibition on New START treaty information sharing. Secondly, Amendment 928 to designate NNSA as the technical nuclear forensics lead. And third, Amendment 914 to explicitly authorize $40 million for continued research and development of low-enriched uranium fuel for naval propulsion. First, the New START Treaty is the last remaining bilateral nuclear arms control agreement, and it's provided valuable insight into Russia's nuclear arsenal and places verifiable limits on all Russian-deployed intercontinental range nuclear weapons. Under Putin, to put it mildly, Russian compliance with this has not been what it should be, but we should not throw away the mechanisms that allow it to be reinstated under some future and hopefully better Russian leadership. Retaining and observing the New START Treaty aligns with our security objectives. It reinforces our commitment to transparency and sends a signal to both our allies and adversaries. Most importantly, continuing the U.S. adherence to this treaty leaves the door open for Russia to come back into compliance. And I'm not here to tell you that Vladimir Putin's going to change his stripes, but the wheels are coming off pretty rapidly in China. You know, he's burned through 60% of his currency reserves, and when he can no longer pay for his war, no one knows what's going to happen in Russia. Then the possibility exists that a lot of our nuclear treaties with Russia may be put back into force because of their weaker negotiating position. And meanwhile, we're in a time of limited trust, and risk reduction efforts are only meaningful if you have systems that are in place, like a New START, to ensure compliance and adequate verification if the Russians change their attitude toward this. If we prohibit New START information sharing, it would just hinder our monitoring systems that are in place and make it increasingly difficult to reconstitute those capabilities. And it would risk global security through potential miscalculations or unintended escalations. And to avert these grave risks, I urge a strong consideration of striking the provision on the New START Treaty information sharing. Secondly, I want to draw your attention to another pressing issue and urge the committee to redesignate the National Nuclear Security Administration, NNSA, as the technical lead on nuclear forensics. Nuclear forensics is the scientific ability to track down the origin of nuclear materials found outside of regulatory control, including the ability when a nuclear weapon is detonated anywhere in the world to find out where it came from. This is an essential capability to hold any state, any terrorist group, or any non-state actor accountable for malicious or irresponsible uses of nuclear material. And so in 2010, Congress formally established the NTNF program to ensure that we have a ready and robust nuclear forensics capability in case we need it. However, the NTNF's program capabilities, as they've matured, it's clear that there's a misalignment of its functions with its parent agency, DHS. DHS doesn't naturally do a lot of technical nuclear work. NNSA, that's their bread and butter, and it's created inefficiencies that inhibit the program's advancement. And while many agencies have some role in nuclear forensics, NNSA within DOE, it's the only one that has the technical expertise and works across every aspect of nuclear forensics. It has the technical expertise to run this program as effectively as possible, and I can tell you, as Congress's pet physicist, that the technical people that are working at the low levels really think that this should happen, this transfer of authority to the agency NNSA that has the capabilities. And then finally, highly enriched uranium, HEU, it's arguably one of the world's most dangerous substances because it's a critical component of nuclear weapons. That is why eliminating HEU and converting it into systems based on low enriched uranium for civilian purposes, it's been a U.S. policy for many decades. And despite our progress on this, there's one significant challenge that remains, the fact that we use HEU not only for weapons, but for naval propulsion reactors. This is the largest remaining non-weapons use of high-enriched uranium, and it's one that potential proliferators point to all the time. Many of them say, oh, well, if you're going to use it for your submarines, we're going to use it for our submarines too. That gives them an excuse to get a huge pile of high-enriched uranium that puts them, just weeks away from large numbers of nuclear weapons. We don't want to give them this excuse. And it's become especially important because there's an IEA loophole that exempts inspections of HEU facilities in countries that decide to declare their HEU is being used for naval propulsion. And this offers them cover to develop nuclear weapons and the big inventory they need. And the AUKUS partnership only intensifies this. So the U.S. here should lead by example and work towards a safer and more secure world. And so I really urge you to consider these three amendments. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Mr. Mfume, am I saying that correctly, by the way?
Mfume.
Mfume, I'm sorry, excuse me.
That's okay.
With my last name, I want to make sure I'm getting yours correct. So
I feel the
thank you.
same way. Thank you very much to you and to the ranking member and the other members of the committee. I realize that you spent a lot of time in this room, so I want to thank you again for entertaining those of us who are outside of the committee who have these amendments. And I want to thank you specifically on behalf of myself and Representative Andy Harris. The two of us are putting this forward. And it is obviously an amendment to the NDAA Act for 2025. All of you should remember that our nation experienced a terrible tragedy in the morning of March 26th of this year when a large cargo ship called the Dolly collided with the Baltimore Francis Scott Key Bridge, leading to the tragic loss of 6 lives and contributing to a major disruption in the nation's supply chain. And it's a supply chain vital for defense contractors. With so much at stake, I think, and many others do also, and we hope that you will agree that we need a successful American response to the disaster. The bipartisan amendment before you for your consideration, again, on behalf of myself and Representative Harris, is identical to the Baltimore Bridge Relief Act, which was introduced and we consider to be the first step toward rebuilding the bridge 100% of the way. It also reiterates current law that requires any funds recovered from the applicable insurance or liable parties, in this case, Lloyd's of London, will reimburse the taxpayers of America for the cost of replacing the Francis Scott Key Bridge. I want to also take a moment to salute the unified command comprised of multiple Defense Department assets that teamed with our state, federal, and private sector agencies who really began quite quickly removing the wreckage of the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse and trying to restore some sense of order for, again, one of our nation's vital supply lines. I'm speaking specifically of the United States Coast Guard, the Army Corps of Engineers, the United States Navy, and all the others who work with us on the ground for these last 7 or 8 weeks and who did that with a real sense of urgency. The Department of Defense whole of government response and work around the clock does not and should never go unnoticed. This was a highly complex response which required crews of highly trained demolition experts and spokespersons from the Department of Defense who stated on the record, and I quote, "The Department of Defense stands ready to assist further efforts to provide immediate response, reopen the port, rebuild the bridge, and support the people of Baltimore and America," end of quote. So here in the House, I have, along with Andy Harris, tried to pursue a bipartisan approach for the rebuild of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. It began, quite frankly, with my comments and discussions with House Appropriations Chair Tom Cole, who was not the chair at the moment, but was quickly moving into that position. Tom and I had a discussion the very next day, if you can believe that. And I called, and the first thing he said was, "I know why you're calling. Lines are not disrupted." Tom and I, following that discussion, met and we spoke again. I also had conversations with the ranking member, Ms. DeLauro. Her initial discussion and follow-up discussions were similar. They both seem to understand why this is really not a Democratic or Republican issue, really not a Baltimore or Maryland issue. It is America and an American issue. And, you know, that was, I think, further driven home to me when the Speaker of the House, Speaker Johnson, and I had a conversation 2 days after that, very much in line with the previous conversations, and the Speaker saying at that time that he also would do all that he could to make sure that we find a way to get this done. In fact, going beyond those three, the Secretary of the Navy, Carlos Del Toro himself stated, and I would like to quote for you here, "Maritime commerce is essential for our nation. Our Department of the Navy remains committed to support nationally and internationally all efforts that ensure the uninterrupted flow of commerce." He went on to say that this is not a Baltimore issue, it is an American issue. So we can't minimize the fact that there are billions of dollars that flow in and out of the Port of Baltimore each year, and additionally, the Port of Baltimore on the upper northwest shore of the Chesapeake Bay, which is the largest estuary, again, provides a great deal of support to our Defense Department in terms, again, of the supply chain, supply lines, and to some extent, the positioning of the port itself. There are a number of military operations within a 20-mile radius of the port, Fort Meade just one of many. So without belaboring the point, I hope that it's evident that this tragedy is one of national importance for all of us here in this country. And I would urge members, as you go through the task of assessing, finding all of these in order or out of order, applying the germane rule, that you would look at this particular situation for its uniqueness and that you would find a way to support making this amendment in order. Mr. Chair, I would yield back the remainder of my time and happy to respond to any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Mfume. Do any of my Republican friends have questions for this panel? Mr. Norman?
What is your understanding of the bridge, the lawsuits that are coming, and how do we deal with every other state that, in their own way, has a catastrophe? When we get money, the federal government doesn't have the money. How do we, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, first, it's a very good question that most people are not asking, so I really do appreciate it. In this particular case, Lloyd's of London is the insurer. They've already pretty much said if this gets litigated the way we all anticipate it will, that this will be the largest settlement that they would ever have to be responsible for. So I think more than anything else, the first thing is to know that these are not monies out the door, that the Bridge Act itself requires and states as a part of the legislation that all funds, as I said earlier, obtained as a result of litigation from the insurer or other parties goes back into the American Treasury so that taxpayers are made whole for it. And I think the second part of the question about other disasters, unfortunately, they're going to come left and right. Ironically, Tom Cole and I were saying the same thing, and 2 days later, a number of tornadoes just raged all through his district, destroying properties left and right. I don't want to tell the committee how to think, but I believe that we just have to judge each one as they come, understanding that America has a limited amount of money, but also an unlimited ability to respond, to recognize the pain and the hurt in some of the instances where there is large loss of human life. And in this instance, to protect our supply chain and the defense contractors that rely on that to be able to do their job.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any of my Democratic friends have questions?
Yeah, I just want to thank the panel, and I support all your amendments. And I want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a statement by Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee of Texas in support of a number of amendments she's offering.
Without objection. All right, well, thanks. I want to thank you, Mr. Green, yeah?
Yes, if I may, I do beg that you would give me just 10 seconds. I failed to mention Ms. De La Cruz of Texas, 15th Congressional District. She is the lead sponsor on the URL legislation that I called to your attention, and I want her to get the credit she deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I appreciate it. I want to thank the witnesses for their testimony. You're dismissed.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, without objection, Representative Glenn Grothman, Representative Pat Fallon, Representative Jennifer Gonzalez-Colon, Representative Wesley Hunt, Representative David Kustoff, Representative Roger Williams, Representative Jay Obernolte, Representative Jim Baird, Representative Chris Smith, Representative Paul Gosar, Representative Brian Mast, Representative Laurel Lee's written testimony will be included in the record. Is there anyone else seeking to testify on H.R. 8070 or the reports to accompany the resolutions recommending that the House of Representatives find U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress? Seeing none, this closes this portion of the hearing. Without objection, the committee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair. All right.